රට හානි වෙනවා කියලා. මුන් කොහමද නගරයක් හදන්නේ මූද පැත්තේ?
This is going to be a turning point in our country.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon. You're joining us live from the Advocata Institute studios. We're giving you a live commentary on the Thulci Economic Commission bill, and we've lined up a fascinating panel of experts who will give you real-time analysis as the Parliament debates and discusses this important bill that will probably have a significant impact on the future of Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just briefly explain to you what this new platform is. You're joining us live on Twitch, and this debate is also broadcasted, and our commentary is also broadcasted on Facebook. You can like, you can comment on any of these platforms, and we'll be taking up your questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will try our absolute best to keep this more entertaining, to keep this more informative than what's happening in Parliament. So stay tuned and keep following the commentary. Let me not take any more time. Let me introduce my colleague Anita. And Anita, over to you.
Thank you, Vimanga. So, as Vimanga said, we're trying to keep this conversation a bit more lighthearted, and definitely we're aiming to be more interesting than Parliament. And part of this is that while we will be having live commentary and the live Parliament feed, we will also be bringing in a host of experts who will be jumping in for 10-15 minutes to weigh in on the conversation live time. So to start us off, we have with us Professor Rohan Samarajiva. Professor Samarajiva is well known in policy circles. He's a member of the board of advisors at the Advocata Institute, and he's also the founding chair of Learn Asia, among many other accomplishments. So, Professor Samarajiva, thank you so much for joining us today.
Happy to be here.
So to start off our quick conversation, do you think you could tell our audience what your outlook is on the bill following the Supreme Court decision?
Oh, whether it'll get passed. You don't need me for that. A government, even under ordinary parliamentary rules, the whip can easily get the votes. The only question is, are they going to make all the changes that the Supreme Court decision specified, in which case they don't need the 2/3. But in my view, these kinds of important laws, which really should have a sense of everybody being behind them, it's best that they get voted on with other than just the government votes. As I was listening to Harsha De Silva yesterday, I was thinking there was some hope. But then I saw the pictures and the slogans of people standing outside Parliament today, and I lost that hope.
Manga, would you like to jump in here?
Professor, I think you probably are one of the most experienced people to talk on regulatory environment in Sri Lanka. Sir, what's your outtake on the regulatory environment that the bill proposed, and also what the Supreme Court determination has done to those regulatory frameworks? If we were to hit at the real bottom of the issue, has there been progress, and are you happy with the Supreme Court determination?
Well, when you talk about, the basic concept of the Greater Colombo Economic Commission law, which was from 1978, the BOI, all the work that was done in the last few years on improving Sri Lanka's position in the ease of doing business index. All of these hinge on a central concept. That is the single window. Why is this concept important? Because to do any one thing, you can ask how many steps do you have to go through, how many places do you have to go to, and any of those places can slow you down. And I mean, they can slow you down because of incompetence, because the person in charge of the file hasn't come to work, because they are expecting some kind of under the table consideration, whatever, right? So the whole point of all these activities, and I'm not saying this is unique to the Port City Bill, the whole point of all these is the single window concept of simplifying things for the investor. It's not that I think that we shouldn't simplify things for the citizen, but we are a long-suffering lot, and we are here because we want to be here or because we can't get out, one of the two reasons. So we sort of take the punishment, and I wish we could treat our people better. That's why I sort of like the whole, what we were doing with ease of doing business and improving the ranks, because even though it is intended to serve the foreign investor, it also has the effect of helping the local businessman, the local entrepreneur, etc. So the single business concept, so if you look at the single window concept, regulators, I mean, we talk about regulators as some special breed, but quite a lot of what government does is regulation. The difference is that there are entities that do formal, explicit regulation, rule-bound, and there are those that can say yes or no and therefore regulate, but don't necessarily do it in that formalized manner. Now, I believe it is important to make regulation more efficient, and the whole essence of regulation is something called discretion. That is the ability to say yes or no. So to bound that, to limit that, I mean, of course, you got to say yes or no, otherwise there's no point, but to bound it. Now, directly connecting it to the Supreme Court decision, I think there were some discussions where I was discussions before the court case was taken up by court about the meaning of the word concur. What does concurrence actually mean? Obtain concurrence, give concurrence. What do these things mean? Now, I was of the opinion, I actually looked back into my experience as a regulator and said, when it said I had to get the minister's concurrence, that means the minister could give it to me or he could not give it to me. He had the binary option. So if he didn't give it, I couldn't go any further. I'm done as a regulator. Here it said the Port City Commission will seek the concurrence, will obtain the concurrence. That means the central bank or some external regulator could say yes or no. Now, the Supreme Court has looked at that and said, why don't we take this word out altogether and say the external regulator will communicate its decision, will communicate its decision. That means that we don't even use the word concurrence. We really highlight, underline the fact that the central bank can say yes or no. There's no prejudging of what that yes or no will be. And they can communicate it. So let's just zoom in on that communication. Now, even in my capacity as the chairman of the ICT agency, I can remember I had to write to my former organization 20 years ago, the one that I served as Director General of, the Telecom Regulatory Commission, about an interconnection matter that affected the government network. And it took them, in my opinion, too long to respond. And this is an internal government matter, etc., etc., etc. And I was not very happy about their speed of response. And even when they sent me a response, it was what we call, what Mr. Kamalasabesan, the former Solicitor General, used to call a balloon decision. A balloon decision is, it looks like a decision. It's printed on paper, but when you look at it, there's really nothing there. It's just words. So they sent me a balloon. And I had to put the different parties, the different telecom operators before me. And I said, look, you want me to get nasty or not? Why don't you guys sit here and figure it out and give me a solution for this thing, because I'm not going to be held hostage and the regulator is not doing his job. So now this is the kind of situation that we could end up with when, everybody says, let's empower the regulators. But if you have incompetent regulators, if regulators have the incentive to kick things down the road and not give decisions, give balloon decisions, delay, obfuscate, I think we've got a problem. So my point in all my interventions in this is we don't need to do this workaround and limit ourselves to the workaround. What we have to do is to improve things for the whole country. This is a temporary patch. And if we have regulators that give substantive decisions within a decent time frame, after looking at all the facts, then concurrence, giving a decision, all these things will be fine.
Oh, thank you, Professor. In the interest of time, I just have one other simple question to ask you, because you brought up the concept of workarounds. Are you satisfied with this workaround that the bill has proposed? And or is it more like, we were expecting a workaround, but are we getting a roundabout instead?
Sri Lanka seems to be a country that specializes in workarounds without really fixing the core problems.
Just give us 1 minute. I think we're having some trouble with the sound. We don't seem to be able to hear Professor Samarajiva. Can you hear?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't say
You can hear me?
Sorry.
Yes, Professor. Continue.
Okay. So if you go back into history, we had a perfectly good irrigation department, right? Going back to, yes, I think, Governor Ward or Governor Gregory's time or something like that in the 19th century. And then we come up with the River Valleys Galloy Development Board, River Valleys Development Board, Mahavali Authority, and so on. We keep layering all kinds of solutions instead of fixing the irrigation department. And instead of fixing the overall business environment, we create this enclave called the Greater Colombo Economic Commission. 40 years has gone, and have things improved outside that we no longer need the workaround, called the Greater Colombo Economic Commission, now called the BOI. So let's just look at infrastructure. When a BOI company wants water, they go to the BOI. They go to the BOI. When they want immigration clearance, getting a work permit for somebody, they go to the BOI. Only thing I think they can do without going to the BOI today, 40 years later, 43 years later, is perhaps get a telephone connection. Now that's one sector, thanks to people like Mangala Samaravira and so on, that was fixed. The telecom sector was fixed, liberalized, reformed. But we haven't fixed water, we haven't fixed electricity, we haven't fixed the corrupt immigration system, work permit system, and we still need workarounds. So if a company is a BOI registered company, they might be able to get a work permit. If they're not, good luck to them. So no, I'm not very happy. My preference would have been that this particular workaround should have had some time-bound targets, which said, the external sector will be improved, and then we'll remove the workaround. We don't want to go on like this for 40 years.
So I think we have a bit of a time constraint, but thank you so much, Professor Samarajiva, for joining us today. And to everyone listening in, please do join into the conversation. You can leave your comments on Twitch, on Facebook, and we will be sure to incorporate it into the discussion today.
Thank you, Professor. Once again, it was a pleasure having you. Now, shall we just listen to a few minutes of the parliamentary debate and come back to our commentary? Because we have a whole list of experts waiting in queue. So until they join us, can we go and listen to what's happening in Parliament?
ඕනෑම ජන කොටසකට කැමති තැනක ජීවත් වෙන්න ජීවනෝපාය සලස ගන්න පුළුවන් ලෙස රට එක්සේසත් කළ නායකයා එතුමයි. මීට කලින් අපේ රටේ ඉතිහාසයේ හැමදාම මූදු කාදනය හා වෙනත් හේතුන් නිසා අපිට තිබුණ මහ පොළොව මේ වර්ග සැතැම්ම 25332 හැමදාම කුඩා වුණා සෑම නායකයෙක් යටතෙම. ලංකා ඉතිහාසයේ පළවෙනි වතාවට තමයි ඒ ලංකා සිටියමට අලුතෙන් මුහුද ගොඩ කළා කොටසක් එකතු වෙන ඓතිහාසික රාජකාරිය ඉෂ්ට කළෙත් මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ජනාධිපතිතුමයි කියන එක මම මේ අවස්ථාවේදී සටහන් කරලා තියන්න කැමති වෙනවා. ඒ නිසා මේ රට ලොකු වෙලා තියෙනවා. පුංචි රටට අලුත් ප්‍රමාණයක් එකතු වෙලා තියෙනවා. මේ තුලින් අපේ රටේ ගරු මුලාසනාරූඪ මන්ත්‍රීතුමියනි මේ රටේ නිදහස ලැබුණ දවසේ ඉඳන් අපේ රටේ ජාතික නිෂ්පාදනයේ වටිනාකම මුළු රටේම හදන සියලුම දේවල් වල වටිනාකම ඇමරිකානු ඩොලර් බිලියන 20යි. මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ යුගයේ එනතෙක්. ඒ නිසා අපි හැමදාම දුප්පත් රටක්, සංවර්ධනය වෙමින් පවතින රටක්, නැගිටින්න උත්සාහ දරන රටක් ලෙස තමයි මුද්‍රාගත කරලා තිබුණේ. මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ යුගයේ අවසන් වෙනකොට යුද්ධය නිම කරලා මේ රටේ ආර්ථිකයේ size of economy ආර්ථිකයේ වටිනාකම වැඩි වුණා ඇමරිකානු ඩොලර් මිලියන 79.4ට. 20ට තිබුණ රටක් 80ට ගෙනීමේ කාර්යය කළේ මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ජනාධිපතිතුමා. නමුත් තමුන්නාන්සේලා අවුරුදු 5ක් යහපාලනය කළා ඉවර වෙනකොට ඒ ආර්ථිකය 81.6යි. අද අපේ ආර්ථිකය 80.7යි. ඒ නිසා අපි මේ අවස්ථාවේදී හර්ෂට තේරෙනවා අපි රටක් වශයෙන් මැදි ආදායම් උගුලකට අසු වෙලා තියෙනවා. අපි දුප්පත් රට අවුරුදු 56ක් ගියා මේ රටේ ඒක පුද්ගල ආදායම ඇමරිකානු ඩොලර් 10ට වඩා වැඩි කරන්න නිදාස ලැබිලා අවුරුදු 56ක් ගියා. නමුත් මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ජනාධිපතිතුමා රට බාරගත්තට පස්සේ 2017 ඒක පුද්ගල ආදායම 2748ට වැඩි වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ 2014 අපි රට බාර දෙනකොට ඒක පුද්ගල ආදායම ඇමරිකානු ඩොලර් 3819යි. ඒ දක්වා වැඩි කළා මේ නොදියුණු රට අඩු ආදායම් ලැබපු රට මැදි ආදායම් ලැබපු රටක් බවට උසස් කිරීමේ කාර්යභාරය එතුමාගේ යුගයේ සිද්ධ වුණා. නමුත් ඊට පස්සේ මොකද 2018 දී 4077යි ඒක පුද්ගල ආදායම 2019 3852යි 2020 දී 3662යි. දැන් මේක තමයි මැදි ආදායම් උගුල කියන්නේ. අපිට මෙතනින් ගැලවෙන්න බැරි වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒක පුද්ගල ආදායම අවුරුදු 56ක් 18 අඩුව තිබිලා මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ යුගයේ 3800 4000ට නග්ගපු එක 4000ට වඩා වැඩි කරලා ගෙනියන්න බැරි කමේ අර්බුදයක් තියෙනවා. ඒ මැදි ආදායම් උගුලෙන් ගැලවෙන්න තියෙන එකම ස්වර්ණමය අවස්ථාව තමයි ශ්‍රී ලංකා සංවර්ධනයේ හැරවුම් ලක්ෂ්‍ය ලෙස තමයි මේ පෝට් සිටි පනත ආදා අපි මේ ගරු සභාවේදී සම්මත කරන්න කියන එක මම මේ අවස්ථාවේ සඳහන් කරන්න කැමති වෙනවා. දෙවනුව ලෝකේ අපි වගේ රටවල් වල තියෙනවා ගරු මන්ත්‍රීතුමියනි ප්‍රධාන අර්බුද දෙකක්. two gap theory of development සංවර්ධනයේ පිළිබඳ ද්විත්ව පරතර න්‍යාය කියලා. එක පරතරයක් තමයි අපේ රටවල් වල දුප්පත් මිනිස්සු ඉන්නේ. ඉතිරි කිරීම වැඩි වෙන්නේ බොහොම හිමින්. නමුත් ඊට වඩා වැඩි ප්‍රමාණයකින් ආයෝජනය වැඩි කරන්න ඕනේ. ඉතිරි කිරීම හා ආයෝජන අතර විශාල පරතරයක් තියෙනවා. නිදහස ලැබපු දවසේ ඉඳන් හැම දවසකම මේ ප්‍රාග්ධන හිඟේ මුදල් නැතිකම ආයෝජනයට මුදල් නැති නිසා අපි හැමදාම කලේ විදේශ වලින් ණය ගත්තා. විදේශ ආධාර ගත්තා මේ ප්‍රාග්ධන හිඟේ පියවන්න. මේ ප්‍රාග්ධන හිඟේ ගැටලුවට තියෙන ප්‍රධානතම විසඳුම තමයි පෝට් සිටි ව්‍යාපෘතිය. ඒ සඳහා වෙන විදේශීය ප්‍රාග්ධන ආයෝජන ලැබීම තුලින්
Parliamentarians have raised a variety of issues, ranging from whether a visa is required to enter the port city, the eroding powers of the legislature, and whether port city is really going to be a solution to as an escape from Sri Lanka's problems. And now we have an expert joining us who will hopefully have some answers for our questions. We have Mr. Manjuka Fernandopulle. Mr. Fernandopulle is an independent legal practitioner. He has appeared as junior counsel in several international Chamber of Commerce arbitrations, and we're very excited to have him as a part of today's discussion. Mr. Manjuka, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. In fact, I joined as I was a junior for the UMP case in the port city itself. We challenged it, and it was our petition that, in fact, raised the issue of the entire public cooperation issue, and what is now the Supreme Court struck down clause 37, and that is where I think we took up the entire issue of transfer pricing, and now they have come up with the formula. Which I'm not sure, which I actually don't think it conforms to what the spirit of the Supreme Court said.
Mr. Manjuka, for the benefit of our audience, and in the interest of time, will you be able to just briefly inform our audience about what the Supreme Court has said, and also your own analysis on the decision, especially as you were part of the whole process?
Well, my analysis of the decision is that, basically the Supreme Court took into the view, I think they were very concerned about the fact that the taxation power, the regulatory power, they were interested only the regulatory power to be in respect of whatever concessions or whatever within that port city area, to be within so-called port city commission to regulate. So, for example, it didn't want to have, it only wanted the commission be able to give the concessions, but the enforcement of those or violation of prosecution all need to be still there. And those they wanted the other regulatory authority to be there. And I think that's what they were on the spirit of trying to do that, because there were several provisions which said that, the sole authority for regulation would fall into the commission's hands. And that was a bit of a question, but because the entire commission itself is not a commission, it's a corporate body, which is in fact a private corporate body, which is funded by the so-called project company. And that is another concern for us, that we made submissions in the court saying that this is in fact a corporate body which is capitalized by a Chinese state-owned entity. And another aspect we pointed out is that this funding is in fact protected by the China-Sri Lanka Investment Treaty, because it is investment in terms of the treaty. And we did not know the terms of that funding, whether that could be converted. We made a question whether that has any equitable, can be, that so-called loan can be convertible debenture, convertible debenture. That was made submission, but the Supreme Court unfortunately did not make a reference to the submissions. But that is a question, that is a very insidious question, I think, we looked at. Because in our opinion, it actually curtails regulatory power of the state in terms of the investment treaty, because you must look at all this in the context of two other agreements, which is the double taxation treaty with the Chinese, and also the investment treaty. So those things were not, we did make submissions, but those are not, I don't think, paid attention. But what Supreme Court I think has done is to feel that they at least when it comes to tax concession, there is some kind of criteria, and the Parliament continues to be involved in it, because taxing power is one of the most important regulatory power of the state. In fact, one of the most important sovereign powers, exercise of sovereign powers by the state. And if it's taken away and given to a private entity, that is a fairly serious question. And especially if that entity is controlled by a state-owned enterprise of another country, sovereign country, which is arguably going to be the biggest economy, mostly powerful in the region, then there's a big moot point question that is put into. I want to really follow
Mr. Manjuka, if I was to, just build up on the argument that you've spoken on. Now, what's going to happen to parliamentary accountability? Has the Supreme Court enshrined parliamentary accountability over the Commission?
I think it's a moot, because the Supreme Court took two views. One thing that we looked at was the entire 158. So now the original draft only referred to a qualified auditor, right? And then they said that you need to be a qualified auditor, and therefore then they went up the idea of the question of international reputed firm. That was ambiguous. There's a lot of ambiguity in the terms of this. So then in submissions, in the reply submissions, the counsel to the other side, who represent the various government in support of the bill, went back to 158. Our submission said that it only referred to qualified auditor. It did not refer to the entire process in 158. 158 means it has a process where you go to the Auditor General with the concurrence of the minister, or the minister has to can appoint a private auditor who is accountable to the Auditor General to audit government state corporation. That is the process. Now, we made that submission. The Supreme Court took the word of the Attorney General and said 158 stays intact. So it says that it refers to, goes back to 158. It seems to now say that you must read the entire two provisions in the bill conjunctively, and the 158 process is alive. Now, if so, there'll be argument that it may come within scope. It may come within public accounts. It has to submit its accounts to Parliament, and that process is intact. But that is a moot, because what depends on how they, at which point, if they refuse to do so or take contestation, there'll be a question. But the bill seems, actually the determination in the minds of the court seems to be that it is. So that is one point. But of course, having said that, the entire, there is provision for this as it stands now for foreigners to be appointed. Now, if foreigners are appointed and they don't need to be resident in Sri Lanka, the bill specifically says that they can even remotely meet. The question is whether they are then you can practically subject to the injuries in this country. That is a problem. Also, the question then also be another problem. There's a big question mark whether this is subject to FR and jurisdiction, because you see that when Sri Lankan Airlines was privatized and there was a FR challenge thereafter, that is when the Sri Lankan Airlines government sold 49%. The Supreme Court at that point said that it is not subject to FR. Now, the current formulation of how the ownership of this is, it says self-sustaining. The funding is from a private entity, a state-owned corporation, and therefore question will arise whether they are subject to fundamental rights. The counter argument to that is the question is there is a string of authority where it says where in English law, which essentially in writ, because of its where you exercise powers akin to government. The English courts have said that the ex parte data field have said that you can amenable writ because it what we call exercise akin to. So there is a moot question there, and an entity like this that is not clarity as to whether you can do so is an issue. And then the counter argument, another problem to that is anybody saying if the court were to exercise jurisdiction given orders, whether that would transgress any provisions of the bilateral investment treaty, whether this entity, the body corporate, or the persons there who are invested, the SOE, can go to an international and say that it is a violation. The court exercising jurisdiction is a violation of fair and equitable treatment. That is something which is very insidious and questioned. Are you with me in this? You understand?
Yes, Mr. Manjuka. Loud and clear.
So that is a problem. That is indeed a problem. And that's a problem. And other thing is that we found is that, the treaty itself, the bilateral investment treaty, right? If you take Article 11, it is almost what I would call a self-judging exception to the treaty. Because it says that nothing in the treaty shall curtail the rights to regulate on certain grounds. That is on public health, on Article 11 says public health, on interest and national interest, and national interest and public health and disease of pets and animals. The government has absolutely power to regulate. It won't transgress the provision of the treaty. If you take section 67 of the license provision of this treaty, it narrows the regulatory power. If you take 67, you cannot. Once you give it, you cannot take it except for very almost difficult to remove a license, and that is contrary to that is. So whilst China does not minimize regulatory power or restrict it, we are regulatory power because the treaty itself talks about you can give additional commitments, and this will be additional commitments for the reason that this by law we are committing more to investors to restrict our regulatory power. That is a problem, and then therefore there is nowhere in this treaty which says, for example, in this bill says, for example, whether you need to go to for national security reasons, right? For example, can you then do you have to can you revoke license? In terms of the treaty, you can do that almost a carte blanche power because that's what we call self-judging. Because if a state decides to do it in the name of national interest, national security, that doesn't need to be, cannot be challenged. But my opinion now, in terms of this provision, in terms of this bill, only is that you'll have to come to a proportionality test. Now, trying to argue a proportionality test.
Mr. Manjuka, can I disturb you for a minute? Because Mr. Suren Fernando has joined us on live. So in the interest of time, let's link the same conversation to him. Mr. Suren Fernando, can you give us your look and your analysis of the proposed bill and the Supreme Court determination?
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so basically there were several issues on which various petitioners went before court, and I think almost everyone was agreed that we certainly do need a port city or international financial center, that type of a model. But I think the dispute was around how you do it. Now, some of the problematic areas in the bill as it stands revolves around starting from the appointment of the commission itself, because the commission has between 5 to 7 members. There are some criteria specified there, but two immediate problems which spring out is that it's appointed by one person, the president. If it was in like the 19th Amendment times, it might have been on the advice of a constitutional council. So you'll have some sort of vetting mechanism, which in the 20th Amendment regime we now don't have. And now in this bill, unlike for certain other appointments, you don't even have the facade of consultation because you don't even go to a parliamentary council. So the danger of one person appointing such a powerful body as this. The second thing, you might have different views on it, but the question as to whether, because the bill as it stood allows the entire quota of commissioners to be even foreigners. So whether there would be accountability and whether at least some should be ex officio appointments, maybe the nominee of the central bank or the nominee of the Secretary of the Treasury. Maybe there should be 4 or 5 ex officio appointments, and maybe at least some should have been Sri Lankans. Then again, the Director General also.
Yes, Suren, the problem is that I think the Supreme Court also is that we may not be able to change this bill because there was a question that we raised. I mean, Iraj raised in the bill. I mean, Iraj made, I think he made the most contributions to this entire thing. In the main trust, he only replied the final reply. So I think Iraj made that point to the Supreme Court. One thing he made was the question of, I think you were not there, but Iraj did make that point and say that which actually the Supreme Court took seriously, the thought. Clause 37, where the issue was on transfer pricing, and the Supreme Court has agreed that is a problem, but they did a formulation, and that's another problem. That's more insidious than anything else because that basically undermines, you can take control of the entire economy. The question that in fact that Ms. Sumandiran made a submission and said that the danger of that is of not having a state public corporation and foreigners being appointed, is that the question is that you don't need to take the oath in terms of Schedule 4, Article 67. Now, Article 67 in our submissions also we made is one way of anchoring 2 and 3 into the entire process, because you take a submission, take oath that you will uphold the Constitution as whole, and it does. And you get a person who wields a regulatory power in a private company, be not taking oath of allegiance to the country. That is indeed a problem. I think that's the biggest problem. I think there is another problem is that whether this entire corporation or whatever, how can it be wound now in terms of the public corporations? The issue is in terms of what prevents you from a voluntary winding up type of a public corporation is Act number 7. The Finance Act of 1971, which says only the minister by resolution can do so. But there is nothing silence as to whether you can have a sort of voluntary winding up in this thing. And if so, where does the assets go of this? That is all left moot here. That's a problem. If you have a state corporation, you resolve all of that. And that is why we made it, and that's important. Also, when it's a regulatory power being transferred, that individuals can, it has to have persons who have allegiance to a particular country. I don't think any country has any person who has made for his regulatory powers who are not oath of allegiance. Even in UK, the state the governor, Canadian governor, was who they appointed has taken the oaths of allegiance to the Queen, which all public servants in UK did. And here is a regulatory power given to individuals who may not have allegiance, have to swear allegiance to the country. That's a bigger problem.
Thank you, Mr. Manjuka. If I could just jump in, I think we've had one question from the audience. Very simple answer required. Now that the Supreme Court has given its decision, what are the differences in terms of the exemptions that are being provided through this port city?
Well, what Supreme Court did say is, well, they allowed the tax exemptions itself, but what they wanted it is they have now told, if you want to call the strategic development, you have to go in terms of what you call the schedule 2, right? Schedule 2. You can't exempt it entirely from the act, but only you can do exemptions on that. So, which means that you are not taking away the enforcement powers of the Inland Revenue Department, but you can give exemptions. Now, I think it will be more interesting to point out is what exemptions can you give, for example, from the Gaming Act or from the issue of the Betting Act ordinance, because those generally are only revenue license and revenue fees. It's not even a license; it's only fees. So I don't know whether are you going to, you can't, and they particularly are told you can't wholly exempt it. So what are you going to exempt it from? It's only those are thin acts. So I don't know if that is very workable even. But having said that, that is what they restricted it to. So that is an issue. I
Thank
also
you very much. So thank you very much, Mr. Fernandopulle, for joining us today. Moving to Mr. Suren Fernando, who we also have on the call. In terms of accountability for the Economic Commission, what would you have to say, even in the context of the Supreme Court decision?
Yeah. So as I was saying earlier, so now you have this problem. Now the Attorney General did give an undertaking to court. It's recorded in the determination that the majority of the members at least will be Sri Lankans. But when you talk about accountability, it should happen in various ways. So now, I mean, this is a statutory body exercising enormous amounts of power. I think the fundamental thing would be that you should specify in the law that your accounts are going to be audited by the Auditor General. But as Manjuka said a little while ago, the Act refers to qualified auditor. So the primary audit is going to be done possibly by someone other than the Auditor General. Now, despite that, there is a possibility to argue that under the Constitution, because this is a statutory body, the Auditor General should audit. But that might not be, that might be more forensic audits and those type of things. The Act itself for the normal audit seems to say any qualified auditor. So why that is a question. Then in terms of accountability, wide powers are sought to be given in the bill for the Commission to determine which exemptions are going to be given to which investors. You had in Schedule 2 a big shopping list of possible exemptions, and the Commission was to decide that. Now, one would think that this type of a law should have specified criteria so that it's transparent and you know, okay, if I invest so much for these purposes, then these are the types of exemptions I can get. And it's not just because I like your face or your nationality that I'm going to give you exemptions. So the Supreme Court stepped in there and it said that creates arbitrariness and you cannot do it like that. Exemptions can be given based on guidelines and those must be approved by Parliament. So at least now you have a situation where the guidelines or the basis on which exemptions are given will have to be approved by Parliament, and the Commission will thereafter have to implement those guidelines. So there will be some sort of accountability there. Then again, you had a situation where the bill as it stood said, when regulatory authorities have to grant approvals, the Commission tells them these approvals are needed and they shall grant. So then their discretion was also taken away. So the Supreme Court has stepped in there and basically reinstated the fact that those authorities will have their discretion. Then, you have the situation where, for example, offshore banking, etc., when it's done, you will have a different regime here, but the exact regulatory structure is not very clear. So that will probably evolve later. And for something as important as this, I think, even if you look at, you talk about the ease of doing business and incentivizing investors and all of that. And therefore, we need to give all these tax exemptions and all of that. But for this type of, that may be true when, you had the garment factory starting out and you have huge capital investments coming in. It's a new area, you're bringing technology, all of that. But here you have the state having developed infrastructure, inviting people to come and invest. And then you have to question from an economic point of view, and I'm not an expert on that, but from an economic point of view, whether tax exemptions, etc., are going to be the main thing which induces people to come in. Or whether it's the general climate of having democratic structures in place, good dispute resolution models, and the regulatory environment in general. So I think there is an interlinkage between those, and that seems to be a bit missing here.
Right, Mr. Fernando. In the interest of time, can I ask you one final simple question? Now we've been talking about workarounds and the importance of a loose regulatory environment to protect investor interest and to bring in investors. Do you think the bill in its current format has created such an environment, or have you completely ignored the interests of commercial interests and the interests of investors?
Well, as I said, I think today when you look at what incentivizes investors to come in, the type of investors that we should be wanting to come in, it would be having good structures in place generally, and the financial regulatory system and the regulatory environment in general. Now, the Act as it stands is very vague on all of those, and there is lots of areas where this commission will have to come up with its regulations. So, whether it's going to incentivize the correct type of investors to come in is a big question mark. And on the other hand, if you're talking about the fact that ease of doing business in Sri Lanka is hard because we don't have good regulatory structures in place generally, and that's why you need this one-stop shop type of thing. We should ask also the question whether we need to clean up our regulatory authorities in general so that the ease of doing business in general is better for everybody.
Mr. Fernando, thank you for your sentiments, and your points have been well noted. Thank you, sir. It was a pleasure having you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will be moving on to our next segment. But before we do that, let's go back to Parliament and see what's happening in Parliament. Whether there is any drama that we could intervene in. Can we have the parliamentary session up now?
I'm sorry, I have limited time.
While the parliamentary live the next segment we will have Dayan Fernando joining us with Dr. Ganeshan Wignaraja. So you're sure of an interesting conversation. You stay tuned.
අපේ මගේ මේ සහෝදර අමාත්‍ය කාංචන අභියෝගයකුත් ඉදිරිපත් කරා හර්ෂට ඕනම ගරු හිටපු අමාත්‍යතුමාට ඕනම වේදිකාවක ඕනම තැනක ඕනම නාලිකාවක එන්න මේ සම්බන්ධව අපි වාද කරමුයි කියලා. ඒ නිසා ප්ලීස් රයිට් සෝ අපි මේ ගැන කතා කරන්නේ ඒ නිසා බොහොම පැහැදිලිව අපි කියන්න ඕනේ ඔය දේශපාලන කුහකත්වය නතර කරගන්න. ඔබතුමා වගේ ජේෂ්ඨයෙක් ඔය දේශපාලන කුහකත්වයෙන් බැහැර වෙලා කටයුතු කරා නම් මේ රටට ඊට වැඩිය හොඳයි. අපි ඔක්කොම එක්කාසු වෙලා කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? පාර්ලිමේන්තුවේ ක්‍රමවේදය අනුගමනය කරනවා. ඒ පාර්ලිමේන්තුව එහෙනම් මේකට කොහොමද නීති ගන්නේ? මේ රටේ නීති සම්පාදනය කරන්නේ කොයි ආකාරයකටද? වෙන ක්‍රමයක් තියෙනවද මීට වඩා? නෑ. ඒ ක්‍රමය තමයි පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. ඒ නිසා බොහොම පැහැදිලිව මම කියන්නට ඕනේ ඔබතුමාලාට හිතට අමාරුයි. ඔබතුමාලාට දක්වව අනාගතයක් දැක්ක කොරෝනා හරහා ඒක හීන වෙලා දිය වෙලා යනවා දැන්. මොකද හේතුව ඔබතුමාලා දන්නවා අද මේ වෙනකොට මම එක දෙයක් කියන්නම්. මේ 1970 ජේ.ආර්. ජයවර්ධන මැතිතුමා ගෙනාපු පනත එක වාක්‍යයක් කියවන්නම් තමුන්නාන්සලාට එතකොට හිතාගත්ත හැකි මොකක්ද මේකේ තියෙන කරුණ කියලා. ඔබතුමාලා කියනවා ජනාධිපතිතුමාට කමිෂන් එකේ සමාජිකයන් පත් කිරීම අසාධාරණයි, ඒකට මිල වශයෙන් දෙන්නයි කියලා යෝජනාවක් ඉදිරිපත් කරනවා. මම කියන්නම් මේ ජේ.ආර්. ජයවර්ධන මැතිතුමාගේ මේ එතුමා ගෙනාපු පනතේ Constitution of the Commission members. The commission shall consist of 5 members to be appointed by the President, one of whom shall be appointed as the Director General of the Commission. The section 4. The President may in his absolute discretion, this is President J.R. Jayawardena, absolute discretion, and without assigning any reason whatsoever thereof, by order published in the Gazette, remove any member with effect from the date of the such publication. මේ 70 තමුන්නාසලා අත උස්සලා මේ එක්සත් ජාතික පක්ෂයේ පියා හැටියට සලකපු ඩී.එස්. සේනානායක මැතිතුමාට පස්සේ නිදහස් වෙළඳ ප්‍රතිපත්ති අඳුරපු ජේ.ආර්. ජයවර්ධන මැතිතුමා එතුමාට හොඳයි, අපට වරදයි. මේක දෙමොහොන් දෙබිඩි ප්‍රතිපත්තිය සහ තමුන්නාන්සලාගේ දේශපාලන කුහකත්වය කියන එක ප්‍රකාශ කරමින් කරුණා කරලා මේ දේශපාලන කුහකත්වය නතර කරලා රටක් හැටියට ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න කටයුතු කරන්නයි කියලා මම
few important issues such as the Supreme Court ruling, and how the port city will generate incomes and increase incomes. He's giving some important perspective. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a very important business personality in Sri Lanka joining us. And also we have Dhananath, who's joined us to further enhance our commentary. Dhananath, would you like to introduce Mr. Amar and then take the conversation forward?
Yes, Vimanga. We have Mr. Amar Raj Singh. He's also the managing director of Gamma. And also we are joined with Mr. Vinod Hirdaramani. He's also the managing director and the CEO of the Hirdaramani Group. First of all, thank you very much for joining Mr. Amar and Mr. Hirdaramani. I would first like to ask Mr. Amar, you have seen many of the financial cities in Dubai, in other parts of the world. If you as an investor, if you were to invest in Port City, what would be the edge that you would consider to have in Port City rather than you haven't seen in other parts of the world?
Well, essentially, what one would look for is, firstly, an environment which promotes growth and efficiency. One of the things that we need to be careful about is to ensure consistency in what we say and what we do. We are making a lot of promises which we must keep. So the thing that we have to be careful about is that all facilities, benefits, which sound really great, we need to make sure that we deliver on them. Because the best ambassadors of the port city are going to be the people who invest in them and the results they get out of that and the experience that they have. So while we wish the project all the best, we must make sure that all the promises that we make are actually kept, so that those people who invest in projects of this nature go out and tell everyone what a great place this is to invest in. And all the investment is not going to come at one go. We're going to have a gradual inflow of investments, people buying properties, etc., and putting up offices. So the initial lot of people are the ones that are going to be the best advertisements going forward. So that we have to be very careful about.
Thank you, Mr. Raj Singh. I would also like to ask the same question from Mr. Vinod Hirdaramani. What are the unique factors that you would consider if you were to make an investment at Port City?
Yeah, thank you, Dhananath. Location-wise, as a gateway to South Asia, particularly for Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and Nepal, I think Port City is uniquely located. And to echo Mr. Singh's comments, subject to the Supreme Court rulings and the government agreeing certain parameters, that they are maintained. Obviously, existing investors in Sri Lanka would look to Port City as additional opportunities. And one of the things I'd really like to say is that the Port City investors will also be potential investors in Sri Lanka, and I think there are a lot of synergies going forward. There's not going to be no manufacturing in Port City, and having kind of regional headquarters of big brands and multinationals in Port City will only benefit Sri Lanka going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hirdaramani. Vimanga?
Thank you, Dhananath. Now, if I was, now we've been talking more about, economic growth and how this is going to drive the economy, and I think the Honorable Minister of Capital Markets spoke extensively yesterday. I would like to ask the business community, especially both Mr. Hirdaramani and Mr. Amar, as to, do you think this we can achieve, by having this workaround, can we achieve those, 8 levels of economic growth? Do you think this is going to be the driver that Sri Lanka needed?
As Vinod said rightly, the question is, this is not a project unto itself. It is a catalyst to other things happening. And if it is able to achieve what it sets out to achieve as being a business and financial center, and if the people's experiences are good, it would be the best route to foreign direct investment in Sri Lanka, which we definitely need to get the economy back on rails after the suffering that is taking place on account of the pandemic. So I think all that is being said is definitely achievable. But what we need to make sure is that the enabling environment is such that there is no uncertainty in the minds of people who come in to invest, and their experience is a wow experience. If their experience is a wow experience, nothing else is needed to be done. Automatically people will start to invest, because we must be aware that at this point of time, there's a lot of capital around the world looking for investments. We are not in a shrinking world from that point of view. Because of the fact that the interest rates generally all over the world are very low, capital is looking for places where they can make a higher return. And one such opportunity is the port city. And our real estate markets are doing excellently. So what we need to be, we need to capitalize on this, and we need to make sure that the investor experience is wow. Then there is no looking back. We can achieve any amount of growth, because the setting of Sri Lanka is just right there for the purposes of a good growth rate and the uplifting of the standard of living of the people, and job opportunities, etc. Once they come at good salaries, at good wages, then naturally the temptation to go abroad and work will also reduce. People will much rather be with their families and work here than go somewhere else and suffer all that they suffer when they go abroad. So we will be able to retain a lot of our technical workforce within the country, which is a great thing that can happen.
Raj Singh and Mr. Hirdaramani, I would like to put both of you on slightly on spot. The tax exemptions have been discussed as one of the main attractions for the business community and as investors. You as investors, you have investments all over the world. You have seen the world, and you have seen the other investments happening in other parts of the world. Do you consider tax exemptions as a key attraction for you? Or do you expect, you spoke about the business environment and keeping our promises. What is more important for you, if I may ask?
I think stability and good governance. I really think that whatever taxes, we have, the world now will have to pay for the post-COVID world, and I think taxes and are part of that, and we all have to do our part for that. So for me individually, I think good governance and the parameters being clear. And this is not a journey of 5 years. This is a 10, 20 year, 30 year development project. I remember taking a Harvard professor there 2 years ago to Port City, and he's like, this is a 30-year horizon. So to your earlier point about growth rates at 7-8%, yes, we can achieve them, but we want to achieve them next year. It will take 4, 5 years, 10 years to get that going. And that needs, policies that stay firm for that period of time.
Mr. Raj Singh, I would like to have your thoughts as well.
Okay, so
same question.
I think the tax rates of Sri Lanka are fine. If you look around the world, they are as reasonable as they can get. And honestly, if you ask me, I have a very radical view on taxes. Corporates must pay taxes. When you look at our tax to GDP ratio in Sri Lanka, it's extremely low, which shows that our corporations are not paying the taxes or they've got exemptions. We need to have much higher income from taxation than we have at the moment in the country, for it is a significant source of revenue, which then goes into development. So all businesses must be prepared to pay 20, 30%, 20, 25% tax. And I think most business forecasters take that into account. We should not push the government towards subsidizing growth. Growth should come, as we say, from good infrastructure, stability, good governance. Those are the things that they should be investing in. A prospering business does not mind paying taxes or should not mind paying taxes. Therefore, one feels that we should not unnecessarily burden the government by asking for various SOPs. A good business cannot survive on SOPs. It has to survive on its own and compete on its own. So we need to make sure that we have a regime where we are setting up people to succeed. that is more important to consider than to just give tax exemptions, in my view.
Dharana, I think I basically would like to flip the coin and ask these two members of corporate Sri Lanka. Sir, what do you think of the preferential treatment given to businesses in the port city? Now, these are preferential treatment that members in Sri Lanka wouldn't really benefit from. Is there an impact? And as members of corporate Sri Lanka, are you affected by it? And what's your outlook on this?
I kind of think anyone coming into Sri Lanka is a benefit into port cities is a benefit to Sri Lanka as a whole. For example, if we were to bring in, make a multinational that make their regional headquarters in Port City, I think that only gives a benefit to Sri Lanka. So I don't see it as a preferential treatment. I would see it as everything as a plus to Sri Lanka overall. Port City will be a selling point for Sri Lanka, and it'll only benefit. So from our perspective, I think everything is a positive. I'm very happy if people come into Port City.
I just want to add to what Vinod is saying. The question here is that everywhere in the world you see that there are special export promotion zones being set up. We have export promotion zones in Sri Lanka, which are fairly successful. So this is a business promotion zone. We have set up something which gives you all the facilities, the benefits, and in a sense, a degree of insulation that will work as an incubator in terms of encouraging businesses to come and work in a certain environment in which they're used to. It gives comfort to everybody who comes in to say that this is the conditions over here are just the same as they are anywhere else. World-class facilities are available. So the spillover effect or the economic effect of a place like this is exponential. So this is only a kind of a catalyst to greater development. After all, the people who work there will be ours. There'll be managers getting jobs, there'll be workers getting jobs, there'll be construction, of course, that will happen. Various types of development will take place, infrastructure will come up. Hopefully, food and beverage outlets like the ones that we are involved in will come up. So it's not that it stands out on its own. It's just that there are certain facilities that they have, which are meant to incubate and give a chance to a business to feel very comfortable to come in. Beyond that, the spillover effect is huge. It could kickstart a situation where the demand for people, managers, workers could, as I said, lead to substantive employment and trickle-down effect in the economy.
Much, Mr. Amar Raj Singh and also Mr. Vinod Hirdaramani for joining us for this live commentary with the parliamentary debate, and we are live on Twitch as well as on Facebook. And thank you very much, Mr. Hirdaramani and Mr. Amar Raj Singh for joining with us. And for our viewers, please watch us. You can join us through twitch.lk, and also you can tweet and make sure to tag Advocata LK in your tweets, so then others can also get these ideas and share these ideas. Vimanga, what are your thoughts on the tax concessions? Basically, the Mr. Hirdaramani and Mr. Amar Raj Singh both were representing the business community, and of course they have investments in other parts of the world. So one key factor that they mentioned is they look for the political stability and the good governance instead of they consider other factors as well, but they prefer those two factors. What are your thoughts considering the tax exemptions proposed by this bill? What are your thoughts, Vimanga?
Thank you, Dharanath. I think we as analysts have, looked at it for some time, and what we can say is that, it is as these gentlemen have told us, it is those things like political stability, macroeconomic growth. It's those bigger instruments that drive investment, and we see this in Vietnam. We see why investors invest in most of those East Asian countries. So, Dharanath, what I can say is tax concessions don't really drive FDI, and I think numerous reports have proved it. So I really question as to why the Ports Economic Commission bill looks at tax concessions as a leading factor when the international story, when the research points to something different. And I think these renowned members of corporate Sri Lanka have enshrined that thought. And I think it's important that the commission and that the government looks at this in more favorable light.
Okay, before we let go Mr. Amar Singh and Ms. Hirdaramani, I would like to ask one final question. That is, we know since this is the time that the entire Sri Lanka has been talking about business investment, we know even if you keep the port city aside, there are already a lot of regulatory barriers for businesses, starting from the Sri Lanka customs, from the land regulatory issues. There have been so many other barriers for business world to perform. If you were to make a request for the policymakers to focus on, what would be your request, mainly, except leaving the port city aside, anything else that you would like to focus and make this an opportunity to request our policymakers to consider at this point given in time, since we are in a discussion with Port City and there's a higher chance that they will consider the entire business regulation, and President has appointed a commission for deregulation, which hopefully we will be able to connect with this Port City and do a bigger business reform, investor reform. What would be your thoughts before we let go Mr. Raj Singh and Ms. Hirdaramani?
For us in the export business, we would just like, a clear policy for the next 5-10 years that's consistent, that allows us to plan our investments in Sri Lanka, around the country. With the current situation, there's a tremendous opportunity of a growth in our industry. With many countries facing certain situations. There's a situation with Chinese cotton and Chinese yarn that's bringing in a lot of potential into Sri Lanka, and we as entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka need a 5-10 year clear policy horizon to allow us to bring that business into Sri Lanka. We're tremendously thankful for the EDB and the BOI and all the authorities in helping us through these difficult times. And now we have to think, hopefully by the end of this year, that we're out of this situation. And now the next 5-10 years, how can we grab the investment and business that's headed to other countries and bring it back to Sri Lanka, so we can all help the economy together. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Hirdaramani, for joining us. Thank you so much for your time, for joining us with this live commentary. Thank you very much. I would like to ask the same question from Mr. Amar Raj Singh. What are your thoughts, Mr. Raj Singh?
One of the things that I admire about Sri Lanka is the approachability of the bureaucracy and the ministerial groups. I find that they are very approachable. They are there and they listen, and I find that delightful, actually, considering other parts of the world. And one thing that I have suggested before, and I suggest again, is that perhaps we can have a single point approach in the government, where all related issues that people have with processes or regulatory matters are brought to the attention of various ministries through a single point program, a single point where you go and you talk to the person concerned who's senior enough to understand what you're talking about. And that person is able to navigate through the various ministries and regulatory bodies to make sure that the kind of problem that one is having is resolved. And I may say that I would compliment the government that in the past, whenever we have gone to them with a problem of any nature, by and large, these issues have been resolved. And the greatest thing is that they are so approachable. As I said, if we appoint a person in the government that will resolve the business related issues across various ministries and forums, I think, and a person of seniority, that would be a big help, so that we don't have to go to various places to resolve various issues. Every economy has issues. Every business environment has issues. We can't expect to operate in a scenario where we are living in ether or in oxygen. We have to deal with these things at the grassroots level. So we should have an agency or someone who can resolve problems as a single point approach point, structure.
Thank you, Mr. Amar, and thank you, Mr. Vinod. I think you're positive. You've looked at this in very positive light, and I think this positivity is infectious. And I really hope that we achieve those standards and reach and make the port city one of those leading economic hubs in the whole of Asia and the whole of, and probably globally. So it was a pleasure speaking to you, sir.
Thank you.
And also to Mr. Vinod. It was an absolute pleasure connecting with you.
Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have another very interesting lineup arranged. But I think we should, Dhanana, do you think we should go back and see what's happening? Get back a little, look at that drama a bit?
I would love Vimanga, but I think we have
Alright.
two eminent experts who are already joining to share their views about the geopolitics, which is one of the main things that has been discussed over this port city bill. Whether this is like a trap or whether this is whether there's a vaccine diplomacy or a debt diplomacy. There's been so many terms have been in discussion. So I think we have got two eminent experts, Dr. Dayan Jayathillake and Dr. Ganeshan Wignaraja. Dr. Ganesh Wignaraja, both are with us to provide their expertise on this issue. And you're also the geopolitical kind of your interest is on geopolitics.
That's what my passion is.
Yeah, that's one of your passions. So why don't you all start the questioning with Dr. Wignaraja and Dr. Jayathillake on questioning them on the geopolitics.
Thank you, Dhananath. I think let's get on to the spot and let's start the discussion. Once again, Dr. Ganeshan and Dr. Dayan, it's a pleasure connecting with you. And let me start with a direct question. Is the port city a Chinese trap?
Who are you directing the question to?
Both of you, sir. And let's start with you.
Well, I don't think it's a trap that the Chinese set for us, but I do think that in the manner in which it is currently configured, and given the timing, that we are falling into a trap of our own making. I've seen this happen before. We had much better economic prospects in 1977-78 when President Jayathillake, or rather Mr. Jayathillake, took over and then became the president in 1978. We had an 8% growth rate initially, but within years, by the time the second term came around, this place had become a hellhole, as it were. The point I want to drive home is that however good your economic prospects or your intentions or your plans, unless you get three things right, three fundamentals right, the economy will go into a downswing, a downward spiral, and crash. It happened to us. We got off to a very good start in 77-78, and the three mistakes. One was the economic model. There was growth, but not enough equity. I think Ganeshan's father was one of those who pointed that out at that time. The second is the mismanagement of ethnic relations. And the third, which is most pertinent to us today, is the gross and grotesque mismanagement of our international relations. At that time, we swung far too far in one direction and had to pay the price for that by overcompensating. And the overcompensation, that is the swing from the US and Israel to India, generated a rebellion, a xenophobic rebellion in the South. And then, it all went to pieces until, President Premadasa won, and then the economy started picking up again, and so on. So that's another story. But here we are making the same mistakes over and over again. This time, the economic model is wrong because you have a bipolar or schizophrenic situation where you have a wide open economy plan for the port city, while you're closing up the economy in the rest of the island with these ridiculous import bans. So that the two parts of this just don't fit. They're kind of irrational, completely irrational. So there's increasing privatization, declining productivity, and so on on the island. The peasant economy is being hit, and then you have this schizophrenic situation where today in Parliament you're talking about 1978 in the Greater Colombo Economic Commission, and it's two separate planets on one island and a bit of an outcrop, the sort of the artificial island. So we've got that wrong. The ethnic equation is extremely bad. It's probably the worst I have seen since 1984, since the ruling elite of that day finally understood that you need provincial autonomy. And now that's being questioned by the government of the day, certainly by the regime, if not the cabinet. And the third thing is our external relations. Whenever the pendulum swings too far in one direction, it swings back with even greater amplitude in another direction, and the crisis exacerbates and it turns into conflict. There have been times in Sri Lanka's history where long periods where on a bipartisan basis, as it were, we have handled our international relations with a sense of balance and dexterity and steadiness. This is not one of those times, nor was the previous administration of 2015. So that administration swung too far in one direction, shut down the Chinese projects, and then sort of went crawling back to the Chinese when they realized that they couldn't pay the bills, and gave the Chinese a much bigger footprint than even Milinda Rajapaksha had given them to start with. Now, this administration is going too far in the direction of China. It has done something that no previous government, however close to the Chinese, like Madam Maranayaka, who was very close to Premier Zhou Enlai, but it's doing something that no previous Sri Lankan government ever did. That is, our President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, has twice said officially, and this has been quoted by the Chinese embassy, that he would like to learn. He has told President Xi Jinping that he would like to learn from. That's the first usage. The second usage was like to learn the governance experience of the Communist Party of China. Now, no Sri Lankan leader, we've only had leaders, has ever done that before. So we've gone far too far and in multi-dimensional senses with the Chinese at a time where there's an intensifying global competition between the United States and China, running through the Indian Ocean and the Indo-Pacific region. And there's also a regional rivalry of older duration between India, our only real neighbor, and China. This is absolutely the wrong time to do that. And when you enhance the Chinese footprint with the Port City project in the manner it is now structured, then you're really painting a very large target on your back. So you have a lopsided geopolitical profile. You have a lopsided, or frankly, as I said, bipolar disorder in your macroeconomic policy, and you have zero political dialogue with the Tamil representatives of the North and East, and you've also messed up your relationship with the Muslims. So the combination of these three, all of which are symptoms of ideological extremism, cannot provide sustainable economic growth or development at all.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ganeshan, would you like to jump in here and give us your opinion and your analysis?
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here, and always lovely to hear Dayan giving a really interesting kind of take. Look, the story in a nutshell is, are we in a Chinese trap? It's like this: when you start looking at the data on foreign investment, you start getting a very interesting picture. So China is now the leading investor in Sri Lanka. When you look at the debt stock of 2020, China accounts for some 16% of that debt stock, but India is some 13%. The Netherlands is 11%, Singapore is 10%, and Malaysia is about 8%. So that's where, potentially the people may come from into this port city. Now, of course, this data I'm talking about is mostly about manufacturing and some infrastructure. The port city is something different. It's a multi-sectoral kind of leisure, financial, IT, and professional services hub. Now, whether it can do all of that, one needs to have certain conditions in place for this to kind of happen. But some sort of numbers that we have been working on are quite revealing as to what potential could occur from this port city for Sri Lanka. And it could really be a kind of a game changer at one level. It could potentially be a sort of a pathway for Sri Lanka to be a kind of a Dubai in South Asia. Now, remember, Dubai's per capita income is some 40,000 US dollars, and Sri Lanka, is struggling at some under 4,000 US dollars per head. So that is what the port city could be. And the game changer is in services sector development, taking Sri Lanka to modern services. Some numbers I think are quite interesting based on some cases we've been working on. So if you do some simulation, for instance, the kind of foreign investment that could come under certain conditions, under a low case scenario, it could add some 11% to Sri Lanka's FDI stock. Under a high scenario, you could add some 35%. And what that could mean is an economy, 3% larger than it is today in terms of GDP under a low case scenario, or something as much as 10% larger than what it is. Because FDI is a particularly transformative process. Now, all of this is not going to happen overnight. I mean, as Dayan kind of hinted at, there are many issues that we are facing in the port city coming on stream and being a game changer for Sri Lanka in the future. And there are two kinds of broad conditions. One is what kind of regulatory kind of legal framework do we want for it? And the second really concerns what kind of national policies do we want for the country to make it attractive as a destination for investment, not just, by the way, for foreign investment, although that's important, but also local investment and small and medium enterprises to join. Now, the kind of conditions that we need, we need to take a hard look at the tax regime that we might give in this. Some kinds of incentives may be needed because of Sri Lanka's overall investment attractiveness or not. But maybe, long tax holidays, 10 years, 20 years, those things are perhaps beyond us today, and very few countries are kind of doing that. We need, most importantly, a very good arbitration framework so that commercial disputes can be solved in this port city in a proper manner, because the kind of anybody who's kind of been to the court system in this country knows how long it can take to get sort of commercial disputes sorted. So we need a proper arbitration system. We need very strong anti-money laundering rules. We need a very kind of open labor market that will enable the best global and regional talent to come, but also Sri Lankan talent to come in there. And I worry a little bit about the skill base that we may have in Sri Lanka to create the kind of workers we need to bring into the port city. And then we need to ensure we kind of have a market-oriented economy. And as Dayan hinted at, we need to make sure we have a neutral foreign policy. We shouldn't be tilting to one part or another. And the last point is, again, an important point Dayan kind of mentioned. We need to make sure that we have political and social stability. Now, if we get all of these right, which is, by the way, a long-term process, and it's going to take a lot longer than people say. Port city is not something that can happen tomorrow. It's going to take us 10, 15, 20 years to really make it something viable. We may have a sporting chance of making Sri Lanka successful, and hopefully it will attract global investment. Chinese investment will be there, although they're primarily in manufacturing. They're not so into services, but they will come, of course. But Indian investment, US, European, Southeast Asia, and so on. So I think if we do it right, it could be a potential game changer, but it will take time.
Because of your expert. Thank you, Dr. Ganeshan. I would like to start my next question with you, especially because of your expertise in economics. Sir, we heard the Minister of Capital Markets yesterday and also the Minister of Foreign Affairs today speak about the economic benefits of aligning with China and how it can be a driver of growth. Sir, is there any reality to this? And also, in your assessment of the Port City Bill, what will it attract investment? And does will it attract China-centric investment? So, what's your reading on this?
So, aligning with China is something partly that makes sense, but I don't think we should just align only with China. But the reasoning behind this China alignment is because in terms of the recovery that we are seeing across Asia, China is emerging as one of the fastest growing countries in the region. And, that means it will also be an important source of outward investment and of capital. And when you look at, China's presence in Sri Lanka, China is there in some key areas. It's very much there in the infrastructure space, providing commercial loans at fairly high interest rates on average. And there is some risk of debt issues partly linked to that, but it's not pure China debt, of course, is a debt issue. But China is very present in the infrastructure space. Where we have problems with China is we have massive trade deficit. We export very little to China, some $200-300 million, whereas we import a lot. And some of this is for these infrastructure projects. And by the way, these infrastructure projects don't have that many linkages with the rest of the economy. And we also need to make sure that we can attract a broader sphere of investment and trade with the world. So I think there is merit in looking at China as one engine because of its rising status in the world. But I think we should really try to play a very neutral hub role so we can attract investment from India, the US, Southeast Asia, Europe, and elsewhere. And we then can prosper properly.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wignaraja. Before we move on to Dr. Jayathillake, let's quickly switch to our parliamentary sessions. Honorable Party Champion Ranavaka is making his speech right now at the parliamentary premises. Let's quickly switch back to the parliamentary debate and quickly join you back in a few minutes.
ඒ පොදු ප්‍රදේශය අපි උද්‍යානයක් බවට පරිවර්තනය කරන්න තීරණය කළා. එමගින් ෆෝමියුලාවන් වලට යන්න බැරි ආර 92ක පොදු භූමි භාගය තුල විශාල ප්‍රදේශයක අපේ දැනට තියෙන ගෝල්පේස් උද්‍යානය වගේ 6 ගුණයක උද්‍යානයක් ඉදි කරන්න අපට හැකියාව ලැබුණා. අද ඒ උද්‍යානය මතුවෙමින් තියෙනවා අපිට ඒක සතුටක්. ඒ වගේම පොදු ස්ථාන හැටියට අන්තර්ජාතික මට්ටමේ පාසලක් අන්තර්ජාතික මට්ටමේ රෝහලක් ඒ වගේම අන්තර්ජාතික මට්ටමේ සම්මන්ත්‍රණ ශාලාවක් ශ්‍රී ලංකා රජයේ ආරම්භය කිරීම සඳහා අවශ්‍ය කටයුතු අපි ළඟා කරගත්තා. අපිට කියන්න සතුටුයි අපි එංගලන්තයට ගියා ලන්ඩනයේ ක්‍රේම්බ්‍රිජ් විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයක කතා කළා. අපි ඒ වගේම ප්‍රංශයට ගියා. ප්‍රංශයේ ලුව කෞතුකාගාරය ඩුබායි වල පිහිටපු සමාගමයක කතා කළා. ඒ සියලු දෙනාම මෙහෙ ගෙනල්ලා මේ ස්ථාපිත කිරීම තමයි අපේ සැලසුම හැටියට තිබුණේ. ඒ වගේම වසර 3ක් යනකම් ශ්‍රී ලංකා රජයට කිසිම සංවර්ධනයක් කරන්න ඉඩක් තිබුණේ නැහැ කලින් ගිවිසුමේ. ඒක අපි අයින් කළා වහාම මේ ගොඩකල අවසන් කර වහාම ශ්‍රී ලංකා රජයට පාසලක් ඒ වගේම රෝහලක් සහ ඒ වගේම සම්මන්ත්‍රණ ශාලාවක් ඉදිකිරීම සඳහා අවශ්‍ය කරන කටයුතු අපි කළා. ඒ වගේම මෙහි තිබිච්ච නීත්‍යානුකූල බාධාවන් සියල්ල ඉවත් කළා. විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ ගිවිසුම අත්සන් කරන්න කලින් 2016 මැයි මාසේ අගෝස්තු මාසේ එවකට ජනාධිපති මෛත්‍රීපාල සිරිසේන මැතිතුමා රජයේ ඉඩම් ආඥා පනතේ 63 වගන්තිය යටතේ මේ ඉඩම ගොඩ කිරීම සඳහා බලපත්‍රයක් ලබා දුන්නා. එතනින් තමයි
again on the discussion, on the commentary, after just switching back to the parliamentary premises to capture what Honorable Party Champion Ranavaka was mentioning in his speech. Vimanga, let's throw the next questions to Dr. Dayan Jayathillake and move on. We have a wonderful lineup of experts today. So let's again join back with Dr. Dayan Jayathillake.
Thank you, Dayanath. Dr. Dan, I mean, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but what we do know is the Chinese envoy in Sri Lanka. He's made a statement saying that both the Port City and Hambantota, could be the twin engines of growth for Sri Lanka. In contrast, we heard Madam Eliana B. Triplets, the ambassador of the United States of America, saying that the Port City can be a money laundering hub. So, who's speaking the truth? And where are we going to draw the line, the parallel, and balance these contrasting interests?
Well, one thing my father, who was a veteran journalist and editor, taught me is that the truth is usually somewhere in between. So I'm sure they're both telling the truth, but to understand the composite truth, you're going to have to figure out what's in between. Now, if you look at the experiences of Latin America, it's perfectly possible, in fact feasible, that there will be the safe haven phenomenon over and above simply security of banking or of your money. So that's a serious problem. And even if it's not true, if the ambassador of the United States of America thinks so, well, that means America thinks so. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have to accept it as true, but we have to accept the fact that the United States has such a perception. And that's important because we are talking about the big boys, China, the United States, India, Japan, and their perceptions, even though they may be misperceptions, have an impact on us because they act on those perceptions. Now, under the best of circumstances, yes, both Port City and Hambantota could be twin engines of growth. But I've heard all of this before. When you're old enough, when you're as old as I am, you've heard most of these things because you've been around the block many times. The time was when we were going to be the next Singapore. And it's not Lee Kuan Yew who said it, because Lee Kuan Yew kept saying, what makes us what we are, that's what makes Singapore what we are, is that we didn't make the mistakes that Ceylon did. And we retained English as the official language. We didn't allow Chinese to be the sole national language, etc., etc. We took care of the underpinnings of our fundamental social contract. And he's written extensively on Ceylon/Sri Lanka. And here's the man who's the architect of the Singapore miracle saying this about Sri Lanka, and no Sri Lankan leader, certainly not the present one, takes it seriously. Instead, they keep saying, we'll be another Singapore. But I heard this before, as I said, in 1978. So that's not what happened to us. Similarly, if you get your external relationships wrong, and very wrong, at a time that is not a placid period in world history, but one of intensifying competition with a strong military edge between the United States and China for world leadership. And if you are positioned as we are in the Indian Ocean and now the larger renamed Indo-Pacific region, then we are perceived as a strategically important location. That doesn't mean everybody wants to grab us, but it does mean that at the very least, everybody wants to prevent the other guy from grabbing us. And if there is a perception, and there will be a perception, there is a growing perception that we have tilted heavily towards China, that we are aligned with China. And this is much more the fault of our leadership than of China's. Then there will be countermeasures, not because anybody has something against us as Sri Lanka, but because they are trying to safeguard their own interests and prevent their rivals and competitors from getting an advantage. Now, we cannot ignore the fact that before this splendid port city bill was brought to Parliament, we had a fairly long visit by the Chinese Minister of Defense, who was accompanied by two other very important generals. Now, I'm not saying the two things are connected, but certainly if you're looking at it from Washington or Delhi, much closer, or Tokyo, you are going to see the Chinese behavior towards Sri Lanka as part of China's strategy in South Asia, which is part of China's global strategy. There is something happening in Bhutan. Many of us don't know about it. I don't want to attribute blame to anyone, but there seems to be a significant burst of construction by China in Bhutan. So, as I said, if you're seated in Washington, you're going to see what's happening in Sri Lanka through the frame of what's happening in South Asia and what China's possible strategy is in South Asia, and view that again as part of China's global strategy. I think we've made a big mistake by not taking those things into account. We could have. Now, if the Americans and the person of the American ambassador said these things about Port City, why didn't we have a sit down with the stakeholders, that is the United States, the Quad, the Chinese, not all together, but our leadership should have had discussions with each of these players and said, look, this is what we hope to do with the port city. We understand that you have some apprehensions. What are they? And could we do anything about it? Could we reshape this? Could we reset it? Could we reconfigure it so that your threat perceptions are lowered rather than raised? But we didn't do that. What I've been hearing in Parliament today is, again, sort of strange. There's one part of the discourse that takes place in a vacuum. You know, it's a fairy tale, and there's no mention at all of the geopolitics of our existence and the period of history that we are going through with this intense international competition between the great powers. There's no mention of India. That's one side of the discourse. And then there's the other, because it's not subterranean, it's just two layers or two levels. At the other level of today's discussion, in ongoing debate in Parliament, China keeps popping up. So does the United States. You have ministers denouncing the US. You have several ministers praising China and the prospects of Sri Lanka being carried along by this great wave, the rising tide of China. So that's there. Either you ignore what's going on or you take sides. I don't see why we should have done either. We must be aware of where we are located and take into account India's possible apprehensions and perceptions and try to allay those, which we have not done. I mean, India was very keen, at least on the implementation of the 13th Amendment. We could have given them that when they have a checklist of concerns, at least to tick off, you know, some of the tick boxes. We haven't ticked off a single. I'm not somebody who supports handing over the eastern terminal to India, but we could very easily have ticked off the devolution tick box, but we didn't. So we've not given them anything. We've cancelled the Japanese light rail project, and we've lurched in the direction of China. And that is not going to have zero consequences. Of course, the Indians are now reeling with COVID, but I don't think that COVID-19 is something that cancels the importance of the Indian Southern Command and the fact that you have a very important squadron of Sukhoi 30 fighter bombers located there in Tamil Nadu, and that they carry BrahMos cruise missiles. Now, I'm not saying that's against Sri Lanka, but we come into that sphere of influence And we have to know that they will perceive the visit of a Chinese defense minister, who should have been welcomed. I mean, whatever the government, that's fine. But we have to take this into account. And we are either not taking them into account, we're totally oblivious or arrogantly so about it, or we are fans of one of the two competitors, just as the early government were fans of the West. This lot are fans of the Chinese. And we're going along like the little children who went behind the Pied Piper of Hamelin. We seem to have been doing that during the last administration, and even more so during this administration. It's just that the Pied Piper is of different nationality, and the tune may be somewhat different, but the behavior is the same, and it's not going to help us at all.
Thank you, Dr. Dayan. There's one simple question to you, and then let's jump to Dr. Ganeshan. Sir, by passing I hope, I don't know, the Port City bill might pass or not, but it's up to Parliament. But by doing so, are we putting the non-alignment policy are we showing it up into a dustbin? And secondly, is non-alignment still relevant?
Well, you know, non-alignment, there's non-alignment Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3, Mark 4. The non-aligned movement is essentially a trade union. And when you're a small country, an underdeveloped country, it's good not to have to stand alone. So just like you have the GMOA or whatever, this is a trade union of the global south. And the numbers are growing, which means that a growing number of countries find membership of the non-aligned movement in their national interest. Otherwise, it wouldn't keep growing. It's 117 and counting. It's the largest single grouping in the United Nations system. In New York, it's known as the G77, but China is also part of that. But it's the non-aligned movement, and in Geneva, it's an online group. So it's not as high profile as it was, but it's growing. The second thing is that non-alignment is in our interest because we should not be aligned, and we weren't aligned to any military bloc or any bloc which has the intention of or possibility of military confrontation with each other. That's not in our interest. So we say, look, we're not aligned. That does not mean we say we are neutral. I mean, that was the ridiculous terminology used by this administration, which went on to prove that they didn't mean it at all because they're far from neutral. What it does mean is that non-alignment is the base from which we must operate, but the superstructure, as it were, must be a policy of what General de Gaulle called tous azimuts. That's all round the compass. Or the Russian former Foreign Minister and Prime Minister Evgeny Primakov called multi-vector. So we must reach out all around the compass, not just one. It is not in our interest to have a world order that is unipolar, whether that unipolarity, the pole concerned, is the United States or China. That's not in our interest. It's in our interest, it gives us more options, more autonomy, to have a multipolar world and a multilateral world order. And you can't do that on your own. You work together with other countries in your global trade union. But you have to top that up with this policy of all points of the compass and a policy of balance. Now, balance does not mean you are equidistant all the time on every question, because you have to view the issue from the point of view of your national interest. But it does mean, but balance does mean balance. And we are not balancing now. We are tilting very heavily and advertising our alignment, not only in terms of the port city, but as I said, for the first time, for a country which has had democracy for 90 years, we have a leadership that says we want to learn the governing experience of the Communist Party of China, not the governing experience of the People's Republic of China, but of the Communist Party of China. Now, I have no problem with the Communist Party of China. I mean, and I think it's great for the Chinese, but that's a line we shouldn't cross. Once you cross that line, you give the signal to the global democracies that you are defecting from the democratic camp. Now, is it possible to be a member of the open democratic order globally and also tap the Chinese for as much as you can? Yes, of course. And that's what Honorable Lakshman Siriwardana did. I mean, whenever we talk about balanced, sober, sane foreign policy, I always say, look, you have to ask yourself only one question. I mean, if you think it's really difficult, just ask yourself one question. Would we be having this conversation if Lakshman Siriwardana were the foreign minister? We would, because he'd be doing it in exactly the way it should be done. He had friendships all across the spectrum. He was very conscious of the economic rise of China and very happy about it. But he was also very conscious of our tradition and our existential being as a democracy. He made this brilliant off-the-cuff speech recovering from heart surgery in Poland at the Global Forum on Democracy. So there was never any confusion as to who we were. Nor was there confusion as to where we were. We were the neighbor of India, and we were always conscious of it. Unfortunately, the previous administration and this administration are not conscious of where Sri Lanka is located. The previous administration had very important personalities in leading positions, and I don't mean the president of that day, who thought that we were, Puerto Rico or something. And this administration thinks that we are a very large island neighboring China. We are neither. So
thank you, Dr. Dayan. Thank you, Dr. Dayan. I think your points have been well noted by our audience. So let's quickly jump into Dr. Ganeshan Wignaraja, because we've been talking about financial centers and international financial center here in the port city. Dr. Ganeshan, sir, what's your intake on this? How do you see this working out? And sir, what's your reading on the regulatory environment, especially on AML, anti-money laundering, that the bill proposes?
So the basic story is of a mixed development for services, right? There's leisure as a major component, and I think they're talking about a marina and tourism development things and hotels. And then there are the sort of professional services in which financial services, legal services, IT services, and so on can come. The leisure part, I'm fairly confident will probably happen. Now, whether that should have casinos or not is a debatable point, because then you start risking these issues of money laundering which come into play that we need to look at very carefully and how we regulate that. The professional services part and the financial services are what I am particularly worried about. And you need really two conditions to make this work. One is Sri Lanka really needs to produce the kinds of people that are able to work in the port city, and that is very important. The second thing that needs to be done is that we need to have a very strong regulatory framework with the central bank very involved in this, because this is the financial regulator in Sri Lanka, and all the international conventions ticked on money laundering. In fact, we have to be even plus compared to that if we want to attract the kind of portfolio and other capital that is necessary. So I think we need to be very circumspect about this. I just want to add one more point on the foreign policy, which Dayan talked about very eloquently. I think what we really need to do as we come out of the pandemic and begin to look at the ways in which Sri Lanka comes out of this in a growth-oriented strategy.
Because the audio of Dr. Wignaraja.
Can I have 30 seconds just to finish?
Sir, yes,
we can hear.
Yeah, so we can hear you now. Please go on.
Sure. So as we come out of the pandemic and look to growth, I think we need to take a very hard look at what are our international trade, investment, and other economic linkages, and with whom are we doing these things. And we need to do a very detailed mapping. For instance, in this debate on the port city and everything that comes up, it's completely missed the point that Sri Lanka's second largest export market is the United States. And while China may be a major investor, we've missed this important point. So this is the thing that we've got to really learn how to balance this. And it's so easy for large countries, say the US or China, to create some sort of complications in our trade or investment relationships, which the only person who will suffer is Sri Lanka. So we need to take a very hard look at what are our strategic interests. And we need to do this in a very sober, data-driven manner. And then add the politics that Dayan was so clearly talking about on that. And then I would go one step further. I had an association with the Lakshman Siriwardana Institute. And the one thing I always felt in the foreign policy context was that Sri Lanka probably benefits from having some kind of written foreign policy document which really sets out what our vision is of what we want to do and where we want to achieve in international terms on a whole range of issues, and try to get a bipartisan storyline about that, because otherwise these tensions of being very strategic located in the Indian Ocean and being at the zigzag or move around or roundabout of the different powers is going to be a major problem for us. We are not going to succeed economically without getting the foreign policy and the politics right. So we have a lot of homework to do in Sri Lanka, I feel, if we want to be prosperous. But I'm sort of cautiously optimistic in the long run that we will succeed. I don't think we are going to be in a doom and gloom scenario, but we have a lot of hard work to do as we look ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Wignaraja, and thank you, Dr. Jayathillake, for joining us to share your views on the geopolitical context, I think, which is very important. We are again crossing back to the parliamentary debate, and Vimanga, I think we have to, we'll switch also, the moderators will also switch, and we would like to invite, have Anita and Hiruni back on the commentator desk, and we have another wonderful lineup for the second part of this discussion, that is Murtaza Jafferjee, Mr. Rohan Samarajiva to talk about the shipping industry and the insights connected to that, and also Mr. Thulci Aluwihare from the port city will be also joining to share the insights connected to port city. With that, we are again crossing back to our main control room, that is to watch the parliament debate, and we'll see you shortly.
Thank you. There's some interesting stuff happening in Parliament, so please stay tuned and please watch the proceedings.
Evidently, huge problem in Parliament. Better put it on. I don't know how to get out of this. No, I've knocked off the video.
ආරක්ෂක ලේකතිව තිබ්බ වෙලාවක උන්වහන්සේලා අමතක කරන්න එපා. මේක තමයි හැරවුම් ලක්ෂ්‍ය. ආලමේ අනපනත් සම්මත කිරීම ගැන අපිට චෝදනා එල්ල කරනවා. මට මතකයි හම්බන්තොට තමුන්වහන්සේලා සම්මත කරපු හැටි. හම්බන්තොට ව්‍යාපෘතිය තමුන්වහන්සේලාගේ ආණ්ඩුවේ සම්මත කරපු හැටි ආණ්ඩුවේ ඇමතිවරු ටික ඔක්කොම අර මොනවද උගුඩුව වගේ හිටියා. ඉදලා ඉවරලා හම්බන්තොට වරාය විකුණනකොට කතා කරේ නෑ. අපි තමයි හම්බන්තොට ගිහිල්ලා විරෝධතා දක්වලා කඳුල කරා. විපක්ෂයේ කියන දෙයක් ඇහුවේ නැහැ. විපක්ෂයේ අදහස් වලට හුඟම් දුන්නේ නැහැ. එදා හම්බන්තොට තමුන්නාන්සේලා අවුරුදු ගන්න. ඒ නිසා ගෝඨාභය රාජපක්ෂ ජනාධිපතිතුමාගේ පාලන කාලයක් තුල, මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ අගමැතිතුමාගේ පාලන කාලයක් තුල මේ රටේ ජනතාවට තියෙනවා. තමුන්නාන්සේලා පහුගිය අවුරුදු 5ක කාලය තුල ඔබට මතකයි තමුන්නාන්සේලාගේ එදා හිටපු රනිල් වික්‍රමසිංහ තමුන්නාන්සේලාට හොඳට මතකයි. ඒ නිසා හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න. තමුන්නාන්සේලාට නැවතත් අපි පෝට් සිටියේ උඩ බ්ලොග් ගලක් තියාගෙන ගඩොලක් තියාගෙන ලංකාව වටේ ගියා. ලංකාව වටේම ගිහිල්ලා එදා ඒගොල්ලන්ට පෝට් සිටිය හොඳයි. අද පෝට් සිටිය හොඳ නැහැ. එච්චර කියලා. එහෙම කියපු තමුන් වහන්සේලා, එහෙම මත දරපු තමුන් වහන්සේලා පෝට් සිටි ව්‍යාපෘතිය පිළිබඳ යුද්ධය අවසන් කරලා මේ රටට නිදහස ලබා දුන්නා වගේම මේ පෝට් සිටි ව්‍යාපෘතිය හරහා මේ රටේ ආර්ථිකය ශක්තිමත් වෙලා මේ රට ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න මේ වීම සභාව එකඟද?
I am facing a few technical issues, so Lihini, if you can introduce our next speaker while I sort this out.
I hope everyone took a look at the parliamentary debates. It's very exciting as to what we know right now. So let me now introduce our next panelist, who is none other than Mr. Murtaza Jafferjee. He's our very own chairman of Advocata Institute, and he is also the CEO of JB Securities and also the lead independent director of Serendip Hotels PLC. So, Mr. Murtaza, if I'm to start off our discussion with a question for you, what our legal experts told us earlier is the fact that the tax exemptions that were initially proposed in the Port City Bill to a very large extent still remain. So, as an investor yourself, or somebody who has dealt with investors yourself over a period of time, do you think this is a significant attraction for investors coming into the port city, or do you think there are other factors that could attract them to the port city?
Yeah, so my view is that obviously if you are going to give an incentive like a very generous tax exemption, that is certainly going to be attractive, but that is not the most important criteria that is going to determine whether an investor is going to come and invest in the port city. After this, I answer this, Iruni, maybe I can answer whether Sri Lanka should be giving these incentives. But from an investor perspective, the most important thing is whether they can make a return on the investment. So the first criteria that they're going to ask is, what is the business opportunity? I mean, which is the market that I'm serving? Am I serving an onshore market or an offshore market? What are the kind of competencies and capabilities that are available within the country or that will be bought into a business that is located into the port city? So can I bring in global talent and global resources that it will allow ingress and egress very easily, so that this is a more superior location than any other location that you're going to base your business. So today in a service oriented business, it really doesn't matter where you are physically located. So it has to be a hub where, you know, people want to live and work, and they're going to be highly productive because they are next to classic agglomeration effect, that you're next to many other types of businesses or some other types of professionals where you can engage in developing complex products. So there's a lot of other criteria that will be more important than tax incentives.
Thank you. But so throughout the debate today, we've seen a lot of conversation saying that Port City is going to be this kind of economic panacea. It's going to solve a lot of problems that Sri Lanka has at this moment. So that.
And that that's unlikely to happen in the short term, because Sri Lanka has so many problems currently that have been the result of very bad policies and neglect over 70 years. So for example, our single biggest issue is how we are going to service the debt. It is highly likely that in the next 12 months that we will have to restructure our external debt. That although we are trying to approach it as a liquidity crisis, we have fundamentally a solvency crisis that Advocata has perhaps highlighted maybe 9 months ago. So then we have the challenge with the pandemic basically, and it is likely that probably another 9 months or so will be required where some kind of stability can be brought about through vaccination. So most of the benefits that will come through the port city, provided that it is executed well, probably will take a minimum of 5 years before the economic benefit will flow into the economy. And if we are going to give a lot of tax exemptions, then I question whether the economic spillover in terms of redistribution to the rest of the economy or any kind of multiplier is going to be very limited. So I remain skeptical that the port city itself can be a panacea for rescuing the Sri Lankan economy, although I say the project itself is fundamentally sound.
We're going to take a brief pause on this conversation and switch to Parliament because I believe they have started the voting process. So let's listen in there for a few minutes and see what's happening.
නිශ්ශබ්ද වෙන්න ඡන්දය දීමට නොහැකි වූ മന്ത്രിවරු සිටීද?
මගේ 105 ඔබතුමා ඉතින් 105 අර තියනද 105 තියෙනවා හරිද හරි
තවත් කවුරුත් නැතිනම් ඡන්දය පාවිච්චි කිරීම අවසానයි.
Hello, we're back again. It seems that the vote is in progress.
Yes, so as to the manner in which the Parliament has set out, this will be the final voting on the Port City Bill, I believe. And I think when the voting concludes, we can have an understanding of as to the majority the Port City Bill has secured. Will it be a simple majority or will it be a special majority, which is a 2/3 majority. So I think as it on goes, we'll be able to know the progress. Pretty exciting.
Yes, very exciting moment right now. But while we wait for Parliament to take this decision to make the vote, let's go back to Mr. Murtaza Jafferjee, who we have on call. He's an expert when it comes to matters like this. So, Mr. Murtaza, could we? We're just getting an update. I believe the bill has passed into the committee stage. So while we will stay posted on what's happening in Parliament and keep our viewers informed as well. But in the meantime, Mr. Murtaza, if you could speak to us a little bit about what this Port City bill, if it is passed today, if it is passed within the next, next 30 minutes, we will probably have an idea, hopefully. What do you think the long-term economic impacts this is going to have on Sri Lanka? What is the sort of precedent this is going to set?
Yeah, so any kind of special economic zone is basically...
1 minute, Mr. Murtaza. I believe we are having a bit of an issue with audio. Can you hear? Okay, sorry, the issue is on my end. Please continue.
So Anita, if you look at the merits of special economic zones, if you take Sri Lanka, when we started with our BOI zones, basically, we have about nine or 10 zones. Most of them have been highly successful. They are running at occupancies of 70, 80, not even 90%. So what the Port City is envisioning is a special economic zone which has a land area which is significantly larger. Like, for example, the Katunayaka and the Biagama zones are about 300 acres. And this particular one is some 400 hectares, which will probably work out to about 1,000 acres. So it's a significantly larger land area, and it is a new territory that has been reclaimed from the sea. It is focused mainly on service industries. So unlike our previous zones, they're not focused on manufacturing industries. And you also have very well planned infrastructure with superior transport connectivity in terms of the port access road that will connect to the highway system. There will be an underground road below Golf Face that will connect to the Marine Drive. Of course, that has not even started to be built, but it's in the plan. Perhaps there will be a connection to the light rail system. So you have a very advantaged location, and then you have control regulations, which probably will have superior planning to what the Colombo UDA has for the city of Colombo. So for example, your viewership, the rights which protect your view. So there are, in terms of property protection, there probably is going to be a higher degree of protection than you would probably get in other parts. And you have access to perhaps more efficient bureaucracy because you are delegating a lot of powers to the commission, and then there's an estate management company. So most of the civil services that we expect as citizens, you probably get a superior level of service. So all this finally has to lead to two things. Either there is a larger market opportunity, or basically you're going to have higher productivity by locating yourself in the port city, either in terms of work or living there, or ideally the combination of these two things. So that's the hope. And that is the hope. The other thing that it allows is that when you have this kind of sanitized micro environment, it allows a lot of policy experimentation. So it's also a fantastic opportunity to do change management, because our people, our Sri Lankan people, are very emotional people. So I don't think they're the most rational race out there, and therefore they're not the best informed people. So they can be very easily misled, and many governments over the years have been trying to improve on certain amount of the legislation, but because we have such a fractured political system where everything is there's no bipartisan approach, everything is partisanship. When I was looking at the voting, most of the voting was happening purely on party lines. You didn't see people voting based on their conscience. or what they think is an objective assessment. So therefore, this will give you an opportunity to kind of experiment with new policies, new practices, etc., that you probably find difficult to do elsewhere in Sri Lanka. And then, you can demonstrate that so it's like a policy lab, it's like a policy experiment. And since it's to some extent ring-fenced, maybe not physically, but certainly virtually, or in some form there is some legal ring-fencing going on, that there's a lot of things that you can experiment there and showcase, and then it can be there can be a demonstration effect, so that these policies were tried in this particular place, and therefore whether it succeeded or not succeeded, and then since it's within the same country, you can show people, hey, this worked. And similarly, companies also use this kind of approach, that if you want to do something new, sometimes you cannot bring the change into the existing environment. You try to do it in a small subsidiary, or not in the main premises, not in the main office building, and then you see whether this is working or not. So I am quite optimistic that this could be a policy experiment space, and we can try a lot of things that we have been struggling for so long to implement.
Parliamentary debates. Sorry to jump in and kind of interrupt your discussion. So as far as we know, the amendments are being debated right now in Parliament, and they're taking a vote for each amendment. So it's pretty interesting. Let's see what are the amendments that will finally be taken up after the voting concludes.
So while we wait for Parliament to take a decision on the amendments, Mr. Murtaza, you mentioned that one of the kind of benefits of Port City is that it is this kind of policy experiment, a policy lab. We can see if these policies actually work in Sri Lanka, and then hopefully learn from that and implement in the rest of the island. But if my understanding is correct, following the Supreme Court decision, some of the powers of the Commission to make a lot of these decisions have been curtailed. Do you think this is going to be a problem?
So my understanding is this control regulation, that they themselves basically cannot do it on their own, that they will become like an implementation space. But Parliament certainly can empower them. So it will have to legislate and give them those powers. So, the political setup, I would assume there will be less resistance, because this will be seen as new, something slightly different. Of course, it's all mental accounting, but it will have to be definitely passed in Parliament and them being empowered. But perhaps they're going to be more prepared to do that. Then if you pass a rule or regulation and it applies to the whole country, then there are winners and losers, and there are lots of politics that get involved. There is an ideology. There are so many different. It's not necessarily rationality that finally matters. So it is in that context, basically, that I say, Anita, that although some of the complete discretionary powers have been taken away from the Commission, it still allows them to enforce, provided Parliament approves.
If I'm to ask you another question, Mr. Murtaza, what we can understand is that the regulatory within the Port City and the regulatory framework outside the Port City will be different. So there won't be an equal playing field to the investors that will come in. So do you think when the Port City is live and kicking, the number of investors that will come to mainland Sri Lanka will reduce? What will happen to them? Will they still want to invest in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, so what I'm told is that when you say regulation, not necessarily the financial regulation, because I think the court ruling was that not to give them regulatory powers. So it is just that what has been given is that perhaps some efficiency in administration, that similar rules and regulations, unless there is some special legislation that gives them a different set of rules and regulations, it is the real benefit is in the efficiency and effectiveness of the implementation. And they could carve out some more business pro-business friendly regulations that can be brought forward. So this is a conscious effort that is being made to give an advantage to this location. So whether it will take away opportunities from other parts of the country, for sure. I mean, but then we have to look at it this way, that we are probably bringing in investment into Sri Lanka that would not have come in anyway. So what we should do is not go and give incentives, etc., and get existing businesses to go and relocate there to take advantage of some of the incentives or superior. It should be more projected to bring new. Of course, you can't simply say that okay, the existing people cannot take advantage of this. But the whole benefit is hopefully that maybe 75 to 80% of the investment that comes in is entirely new. That investors who wouldn't traditionally have looked at Sri Lanka now basically are keeping it in their ambit because they feel that there are some benefits that are coming in through the infrastructure and the efficiencies that the port city is offering, and look at Sri Lanka as a viable location to either locate themselves or create some kind of value through the port city.
So before we move into our next question and our final question for Mr. Jafferjee, a quick update on what's happening in Parliament. So the second reading of the Port City Economic Commission draft bill has been passed with 148 voting for and 59 voting against, and the committee stage reading is currently in progress.
Yes, Mr. Murtaza. So coming back to our final question for the day. One of the amendments or one of the suggestions that were presented by our opposition party during the course of the parliamentary debates was the fact that the Economic Commission should be converted to a state-owned enterprise. Do you think this is a viable option, that this is something that could be profitable in the future, or will this merely be something, again, that might not bring in the projected economic growth?
So it's a very legal technicality, So the commission, when I read the Port City bill, is a body corporate. So an SOE is also a body corporate. So what's the difference? I can't see any difference. It's a different type of body corporate. Like for example, the electricity board is a body corporate. The Ceylon Petroleum Corporation is a corporation. That's also a body corporate. So it's just technicalities of the legal entity. It doesn't make anything, as long as my understanding is this commission is also answerable to Parliament. And I don't know what the amendments that will be finally be done, but all the parliamentary oversight and accountability is going to be there. So it doesn't make any difference.
Thank you so much for your valuable insight. So I think with that, we'll be wrapping up this session.
Yeah.
We'll do a quick change to parliamentary debates, which I think is very exciting right now with the voting that's ongoing. For doing this, we'll have a couple of other experts who I believe will also give in much valuable insights. So yeah, stay tuned.
නම දෙනාග බොහොම ස්තුතියි.
ගරු අමාත්‍යතුමා පිළිගන්නවද මේ සංශෝධනය?
අපි පිළිගන්නේ නැහැ ඒක.
Just for a vote.
කරන්න හදන්නේ.
Right.
They can answer that. So only sir.
We'll take it from here. දැන් කියන්න ඕන අවශ්‍ය
Hello, everyone. We're back again. So a quick recap, the Parliament is still making a final decision. And while we wait for that, we have one expert on call and we have another joining us in a few minutes. We have with us Ms. Iroma Perera. I will let Hiruni give a quick introduction to Ms. Perera before we start this discussion.
So Ms. Iroma Perera is a former senior researcher at Center for Policy Alternatives. She was also the Asia Foundation Development Fellow of 2017, and her research background lies in land issues, urban change, and urban crisis.
Thank you very much for joining us today.
Hi, thanks for having me. And I just want to say that I'm experiencing very bad weather right now, so I apologize if I get interrupted at any point. So for today's commentary discussion on the Colombo Port City Economic Commission Bill, I would like to offer a slightly different perspective from the lens of spatial justice. I have a lot more questions than analysis that I want to pose today, because I think there's a lot more that we need to question instead of accepting so much as a given. I also want to leave with these various questions because even though we are debating the economic bill today, there are many other issues that have predated it and will continue to be issues that we can't ignore going forward. So my comments are anchored to two broad perspectives. And one is that despite the environment and livelihood harm that we have seen over the years, the question is, why do we accept this project as a given and channel our energies into making it better or making it work for us? And second is that if it is about making better, what questions around the promises and spaces should we be asking if we are to truly reap the benefits that we believe changing these bills and policies will achieve? So the initial resistance to Port City came many years ago from the fisheries community and the communities living by the coast north of Colombo. And over time, the mobilization and protests have highlighted the impact of sand mining, the dredging, and the overall creation of Port City, and the impact it has had on the communities by way of livelihood and land because of the environment impact. What has happened in parallel but less publicized has been the ecological damage that has happened inland due to the quarrying activities for the creation of Port City. So for example, areas like Paduka and the surrounding areas has seen its water table depleting, as well as reports of landslips. Areas that have always had an abundance of water in their wells have seen them completely dry up during this time. The environment impact of Port City has always sort of been at the heart of the protests and the resistance. We have seen over the years that the initial EIA was flawed. The previous government came into power in 2015 on the promise that Port City would be cancelled. And during that time, we saw some investigation and information into the EIA. And yet here we are, with this project going ahead. While the plans and the names may have changed over the years, the ambitions and the promises haven't. We also have to see this in the context of Sri Lanka's post-war development drive, particularly in the plan to transform Colombo into a world-class city. Port City is very much a part of what drives this imaginary of world-class city. And what has been particularly challenging for us as researchers and activists working on equitable and sustainable development is that these projected or promised futures make it hard for everyone, from communities to practitioners, to understand and realize how truly Port City will affect them. What we see now are the shiny renderings of Port City, the billboards with attractive images and promising, it promises us so many different things. And it's not just Port City. Colombo's urban regeneration overall promises tens of thousands of job opportunities, Central Park like public spaces, waterfront properties, the list is just endless. And these promises by the developers and politicians alike have captured the imagination of Sri Lankans. And these are not just of the elite, but also the middle class and the working classes who imagine a better future for their children in this world-class city yet to come. And this is where the crucial questions around equity and spatial justice come about. So how can we break down these numbers to understand and realize how it will actually affect us? So in the lead up to the local government elections in 2018, at one of the pocket meetings in a working class poor neighborhood in Colombo, I heard Mayor Rosie Sena Naika talk about how Port City will create so many jobs for our youth, and how, if she's elected as mayor, she will work to prepare the youngsters of the city to be ready for these jobs. And Ajit Niwad Khabral today said in Parliament that Colombo Port City is expected to generate 200,000 jobs in construction phase and $83,000 based jobs in the next 5 years. So I think the questions we should be asking are, how did they arrive at this figure of 83,000? What are the type of jobs he's talking about? Is it blue collar? Is it skilled, white collar? Are our school curriculums being developed and modernized to meet these job requirements? And what about beyond the next 5 years? What kind of, future does it hold for Sri Lankans? And another quick question we should be asking is around public space. Previous media reports have stated that the UDA will be handling the public spaces of Port City. And officials from the UDA who were interviewed regarding Port City have given, extremely telling interviews, ranging from saying that Port City is for high-net individuals to saying that the aesthetic of the public spaces will be inspired by the ancient kingdoms of Sri Lanka. So, is Port City going to look like Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa and inspire these designs? And for me, this really goes to the heart of the issues here, and where from the start of the project, consultations have always been behind closed doors and with so-called experts. The general public or affected communities and civil society have been kept out of the discussions and have only been recipients of, sort of these jazzy PowerPoint presentations at some point. So are we bearing such a big burden for spaces that won't add any value to us, or even, will not be accessible to everyone? Spaces can be public in idea, but exclusionary in practice, as we know. It can be exclusionary in design, exclusionary to the poor, to people who don't conform with the idea of a disciplined society. And we already have this kind of ideology affecting how we live and exist in Colombo. So what does Port City hold for us in terms of right to public space or the city in general?
One second. I believe we're having some technical issues.
And the state talks of a slum-free Colombo, but they never, talk about a poverty-free Colombo. So why is it that we are not asking questions around how we can meaningfully shape the outcome of Port City? Although for me, I think the key question has always been, why have we accepted Port City as inevitable? Why haven't we held account to politicians who have publicly stated the flaws and said that they will cancel the project, in terms of, national interest, and, yet continue to go ahead with it? Even with the current discussions around the Port City economic bill, I see so many people saying how Port City will be good for Sri Lanka if we do it properly. But, what does that really mean when so many people have already paid such a high price in terms of their land and their livelihood? And is it because they're not part of this sort of speculative imaginary of the world-class city and can be chalked down to inevitable sacrifices of development? And, is it also because they're just small in numbers, scattered in various parts of the country, and they don't have the same kind of budgets for international public relations and media strategies? And I guess also we should be concerned about whether the sacrifices people are making and the compensation offered to them, do they equal the economic gains of Port City? And are we asking the right questions around wastewater, sewage, and all of that Port City will generate? And the role of CMC in managing all of this, and whether they even have the capacity to do so. And most significantly, what price are we paying in terms of the environment? And going forward, I think there's a good lesson in which we need to rethink our approach to development infrastructure projects in general. We approach it in sort of a single discipline where we look at it in terms of land rights or livelihood or the environment, and now we are looking at it through the constitution. And these things, they don't exist in isolation, and not seeing them as different pieces of one puzzle is a disadvantage to the discourse and to the advocacy. And really, special justice should be at the center of our discussions if what we want are cities that are not just sustainable, but also equitable. And we also need to look at the global experience more carefully and see sort of, what the future holds for us. And what we see with Port City is really not unique to Sri Lanka. There are many, many similar BRI infrastructure projects from Athens to London to, from North Africa to the Middle East that we should be looking and learning from. And some, key threads from all those cities is that, the promises of better jobs and economic prosperity hasn't also panned out in those cities. And like us, they have not been resilient to various shocks. And we have certainly had our fair share of these over the last few years. And economics and constitution and livelihood aside, it really is the environmental aspect of this kind of built environment that should really concern us. Climate change and the change of direction that we need to take in terms, to be more resilient doesn't mean charging ahead with projects as such as this. And environmentalists have, told us time and time again about this. And I guess just to end, I want to end with a quote by Amitav Ghosh, who in his piece, The Great Derangement, asks why the threat of climate change has elicited such a muted global response, and generally speaks of the lack of critical introspection. And he says, and I quote, "A colonial vision of the world in which proximity to water represents power and security, mastery and conquest, has now been incorporated into the very foundations of middle-class patterns of living across the globe." And for me, this quote and that piece in particular really sort of captures what we have seen over the years in Port City, just in terms of our lack of engagement as citizens, as practitioners, where we kind of focus on very certain things. We look at the environment, now we're looking at the economic bill, but there are so many other issues, as I mentioned before, that predates this or will be there in years to come. So those are kind of the questions that I wanted to leave with today. So I guess, offering a slightly different perspective and moving away a little bit from the bill. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Perera, for that insight and for also raising these questions, which, as you said, we haven't really heard a lot of. Going back to some of the things that were discussed today, there's definitely been this conversation as to whether the benefits of Port City are going to be translated meaningfully to the rest of the country. Even when you look at things like the regulatory easing that's happening within Port City, that is being linked to things like easy doing a business, better investment, etc. Yes, it will set a good precedent, for the rest of the country, but then that also begets the question as to why it's not also happening in the rest of the country. And this is something that has been discussed quite a lot today. So thank you for bringing in these additional points to that question. Hiruni, do we have any update on what's happening in Parliament?
Not so far. As far as we know, some of the amendments are being rejected, while they're still debating on the amendments, whether to accept them or not.
All right. Well, it looks like we have an interesting evening ahead of us. So, Ms. Perera, thank you so much for joining us. It was very much appreciated. And we will now maybe take a quick break and tune into Parliament and see what's happening. Hello, everyone. So, one second. Hello, everyone. So it appears that Parliament is still in the process of making a decision, but not to worry, we have another expert online with us today, Mr. Rohan Samarajiva. Hiruni, could you do a quick introduction to Mr. Samarajiva before we jump into conversation?
Yes, so Mr. Rohan Samarajiva, he's the CEO of Shippers Academy, Colombo. He's also the Director General of Sri Lanka Association of Manufacturers and Exporters of Rubber Products. We're very pleased to have you with us today, sir.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Samarajiva, we're right at the end of the decision today, hopefully in the next hour or so, we will know what's happening. What is your outlook on this?
Well, yes, I've been watching the parliamentary proceedings. So the bill has been passed generally, and so submissions are being taken. So we don't know what's the outcome of the final document is going to be. But overall, the bill seems to have been passed by honor. I would agree with some of the speakers whom I was listening to you earlier that it's not on a national policy level, but this is totally partisan-based decision in Parliament. So we cannot. We need to discuss policy outside of the Parliament as people. Obviously, the parliamentarians are divided on party lines. That is what I see when it comes to the election results. I look at it from a point of view. I've listened to almost all the speakers. Seems that we have all different ideas, but we all want this piece of land, that is piece of real estate, to be successful to our country. But I do have my own skeptical reasons of not so confidence in the way we have come to the stage of this act. First of all, the consultation procedure. This should have been a national consensus building piece of document, because it has a lot of ramifications. Both can be positive and negative to Sri Lanka. And we know in 99 years, only this project or the laws project will end with the Chinese investment company. So none of us are going to be around then. So that's why I always say we have to give a lot of thought for this kind of legality being brought into the country. Now, I come from a logistics background, but I would like to mention that if I was an investor, I would first look at not Port City or Katunayaka investment zone of Sri Lanka. Out there, I would first look at what is and where Sri Lanka stands today. Well, what is it? What is our country risk? What is our credit ratings? What is our rule of law in this country? How does politicians behave in terms of policy consistency? What is our international relations? What is our corruption index? What is our doing business index? That is Sri Lanka. This particular place of economic zone is number 2 for an investor. So they will look at the overall geopolitical atmosphere in Sri Lanka. And I think we are not repairing that part of the story. So we are trying to have one side of the goal face screen trying to achieve doing business within the top 10. And on the right side, we are still at the top 100 or worse 100, whatever you call it. So we have like one side a flat tire and another side a fully blown tire. And so we're trying to bring in global brands into Sri Lanka. So I don't want to be so skeptical. Let them decide. I am not going to be deciding. We'll have to see it over a period. I think we'll have to give a good 5 years. I also feel that although the law is passed today, the lawmakers will have to sit again and look at evolving some of the laws again, because I see problems. I am not a fan of the tax benefits that given to the Port City, and then the other side of the Golf is Green, similar services Like Murtaza also mentioned, similar services will have a different kind of environment. So whether we are giving the right signal as a country, because we are sometimes comparing Dubai and Singapore. We can't compare. They are city-states. The whole country is kind of within the top 110 of the world doing business, logistics, rankings, etc., etc. Not only on their free ports. So you have to compare something apple to apple. You're not. But yes, this is a start. Now, I think when Dhananath asked me to talk about the sector that I represent, logistics, whether international logistics companies representing top global brands would reposition from Singapore to Colombo and Dubai to Colombo, I have a great doubt. They will wait for a long time. One reason is our mainland laws for logistics companies are protectionism. So their business, part of their business is under protectionism, and here the government wants their financial transactions and headquarter operations to come to the other side of the Gulf Face Green and operate through them, which I doubt specifically in the logistics sector, because I know, for matter of fact, the South Asia head office of DHL Global, which is one of the top logistics companies in the world, is situated in Singapore. We all in South Asia should be shameful of ourselves. That is the level of confidence we have in South Asia. So I doubt they are going to come tomorrow and start investing here. But I would like to give the benefit of the doubt for the law to take over and see how it evolves. Because already I see that a lot more infrastructure has to be done, although the law has been passed. The government of Sri Lanka has to do a lot of projects, the connecting highway networks to the port city, the garbage, the water systems, the electricity, all these infrastructure has to be built by, I think, our government's expense, that is our taxpayers' expense. And that is why I said, if you're not going to get any tax revenue out of this location, I see that flat tire on the other side of the story. Which is not good, and this is not a model that is operating in other hubs as far as I know. Because Singapore is different, Dubai is different, and I also see that when it's a port city, both Singapore and Dubai, with its hub port, alongside the hub port, they have massive areas for free zones for cargo movement. Instead of that, what we have done is no free zone, no connectivity in the immediate areas for large areas of about 100 hectares for international logistics companies to set up warehouses. We have to go hinterland, whereas we are putting next to the port is a financial city and a kind of a green city and apartments. So business of free zone related activity also are not very, very practical here. So we will have to relook at new places out of Port of Colombo, which is going to be in competition-wise a negative factor for us. So if somebody asks me, the logistics companies are going to now come to Sri Lanka running after leaving Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Qatar and Singapore and also Malaysia, I would say we'll have to wait and see. That's my position in terms of the logistics companies. But I would give time. I think given all the concerns and the positive sides talking today by the speakers, I also want this place to succeed, but I don't see the legal environment is tested. So we will have to see who's going to come, what kind of brands are going to come, because we don't want this country to be a money laundering place for some unknown people. We want top global brands giving thumbs up tomorrow in the world business markets, world news headings that top companies are looking at Sri Lanka now with this port city bill. If I hear that and their investors, their research teams are coming and looking at and in the world markets, it's discussed. Yes, I'm happy for that. But I don't think we have done that homework. We just come out with this piece of legislation without much discussion from, as the previous speaker said, with the community and the businesses over in Sri Lanka. It's been done in closed doors and it's done with opposition from opposition. So we have challenges, but I wish we have to move forward because we have a valuable piece of asset next to the Gulf Green. So that is my overall thinking of this whole project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Masakorala, for that insight. We will now shift briefly into Parliament and see what is happening. And then we will have a few more experts joining on to weigh in until we hear back from Parliament on the decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
කොළඹ වරාය නගර බලසීමාවෙන් පිටත ව්‍යාපාර කටයුතු සිදු කිරීමේදී මෙම පනත් කෙටුම්පත යටතේ පිරිනමනු ලබන නිදහස් කිරීම හෝ දිරිගැන්වීම් කිසිවක් භාවිතා කිරීමට එසේ බලයලත් පුද්ගලයා හට අවසර ලබා නොදිය යුතු අතර එම කරුණ උදෙසා එම රෙගුලාසිය සෑදිය යුතුය. Full stop, close quote. Thank you.
We are opposed to that, but exactly the same thing, or in a better version, we have put it in English. Thank you. Thank you. අමාත්‍යතුමාගේ සංශෝධනයට යටත්ව එම 37 වන වගන්තිය සම්මත වූ බව සඳහන් කරමු. හරි. 38 වන වගන්තිය සභාව එකඟද?
අපි විරුද්ධයි.
හරි. 39 වන වගන්තිය සභාව එකඟද?
විරුද්ධයි.
විරුද්ධයි. 40 වන වගන්තිය සභාවේ සංශෝධන ඉදිරිපත් කිරීමට ගරු ඇමතුමා.
Page 35, clause 40, delete line 37 and substitute the following within inverted comma as set out in subsection within bracket 1 comma to be taken out of the area of close invert and comma.
Thank you. 40 සංශෝධිත පරිදි සභාවේ සම්මත වේ යුතුය. 41 වන වගන්තිය.
අපි විරුද්ධයි. අපි නු තහන්.
සභාව එකඟද? 42 වන වගන්තිය සභාව එකඟද?
අපි විරුද්ධයි.
හරි සටහන් කරා. 43 වන වගන්තිය
අපි විරුද්ධයි.
43 වෙනි වගන්තිය සභාව එකඟද?
අපි විරුද්ධයි.
හරි. 44 වෙනි වගන්තිය සභාව එකඟද?
අපි විරුද්ධයි.
45 වන වගන්තිය සංශෝධන ඉදිරිපත් කිරීමට ගරු ඇමතුමා.
Page 41, clause 45, delete line 4 and substitute the following within invert cancellation of licenses, comma, the offshore banking business, comma, reserve and capital requirements, comma, reserve, close invert and comma.
සභාව එකඟද සංශෝධනයට?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are still on track following the Parliament. There was a lot of interesting things happening, a lot of interesting amendments and debates breaking out. So I hope you guys are following and also following our commentary. So once again, if you have any comments, if you have any questions that you would like to ask our experts, please put it down on the comment section so that we know we can take it up with this extremely important, extremely knowledgeable panel of experts that we've lined up for you this evening. Once again, a very warm welcome. Stay with us. Hironi, what do you think is happening now? And then what's your observation? What do you think is the trajectory that this bill is going to take?
I think it's very difficult to tell, Vimanga, but depending on the votes that have already come in for the second reading of the Port City Bill, we can see that there's a majority are in favor of the Port City Bill. So I don't think it will be very difficult to pass this bill once the amendments are pretty much, done.
I also think the amendments that were proposed by the opposition is, being thrown around in sixers and battered towards, is not, is failing over and over again. So that's another observation, I believe, that one should make note of. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have two interesting personalities. I would say leaders of Sri Lanka, or future leaders of Sri Lanka joining us. Hiruni, would you like to introduce us,
Yes.
our panel of experts?
So we have two very interesting guests who are in the lineup today. The first panelist will be Ms. Lihini Fernando. She's an attorney at law, and she's also the founding partner of Velox Legal. She's a council member of Moratuwa Municipal Council, and she's also a WIM Gold Award winner. We're very pleased to have you with us here today. And as a young politician, we're very interested to know your perspectives on the Port City Bill. So Vimanga, what do you want to ask her?
Lini, how are you doing this evening? And what's your reading so far?
Thank you. It's been an interesting evening. Been watching the parliamentary debates live that has been going on, and the firefighting debates thrown at each other, and some salient features, salient points that are being brought up, which are very valid, I would say, looking at from the country, the future of the country, safeguarding the sovereignty of the country, which is, I think we are at crossroads, I would say, in terms of the future of this country. Today, it's like a turning point.
Thank you. Let's quickly get Milinda. Milinda, how are you doing this evening? And then what's your reading? Do you agree with Lihini, or what are your reservations?
I think maybe he's not on the call yet. I think there's a slight delay in getting him connected. Right? That's fine. We'll just direct our questions towards Ms. Lihini. So Ms. Lihini, as a woman leader yourself, in the letter that Advocata Institute actually submitted to the Parliament to be considered during the second course of the debates was the fact that it should at least have 1 to 2 female representatives within the Economic Commission. So this was not something which was actually brought up during any course of the parliamentary debates that has been ongoing so far. So as a woman yourself, what do you think about this? Do you think a proposal like this is something that is valid and something that should be considered?
Yeah, so certainly it will be ideal if they can have females in this country. But prior to that, my females in the commission, which I think plays a significant role, because given that they are 52%, their voice needs to be heard. But more than that, what alarms me most is that the constitution, the composition of the commission, where it directs, it doesn't say that it has to be Sri Lankans per se, because anybody, even foreigners, could be part of this commission. And I think Supreme Court has ruled in and said that there needs to be Sri Lankans in this commission. I think one of the key factors that the Samagi Jana Balavegia has proposed is that there needs to be ex officio members, the central bank governor, then the BOI chairman, the UDA chairman, the Ministry of Finance, the Central Environment Authority, one of the representatives has to be there. There needs to be a composition of ex officio members. And also they have proposed that the composition be increased from 7 to 9. And one of the alarming factors is that the control that is vested with this particular individual called the president, and he having the ability, the discretion in appointing this individual is rather detrimental to the country, because we call Sri Lanka as Asia's oldest democracy. And we want to ensure that the democratic framework in this country is always maintained at every point. So giving a person called the president, it can be anybody, it can be this particular leader, it can be another leader that comes in another 10 to 15 years. Having enormous power concentrated on a person called president is detrimental. That's why we've proposed that certain members should be automatically be part of this particular commission, while ensuring that the other 3 people with the consultation of the parliament be appointed. Now, I understand that it is important that there is autonomy in this commission, but at the very same time, one must ensure that there is control linked to the central government, so that there is control within the central government and also control within the parliament, because giving enormous authority to a commission to make this decision is rather detrimental for the country, looking at it in any way.
Rajapaksha, sir, we very warmly welcome you. How are you doing this evening? And can you give us your comments, your analysis, and on the bill, and also on the proceedings that are taking place this evening?
Thank you very much for having us in in this new idea. I was thinking would have been very nice to have this conversation even if we had this facility during the 20th Amendment. But however, looking at what happened during the last 2 days of the Parliament, and 10 minutes ago, the voting has taken and the decision has been made. I think looking at the debate within the Parliament and also outside the Parliament, among the civil societies, among the business community, Sri Lanka had made a massive decision. This is not only an economical policy decision, but this is also a socio-political decision which any government would have had to make. We made that decision today in the Parliament. If Sajith Premadasa came to power, as very clearly and magnificently mentioned in his policy manifesto, even they would have done the same. And they would have had a very different argument today about implementation of the different legislatives in the port city and other stakeholders who are affecting future of the port city. So looking at the debate during the last 2 days, I think it's a considerably a good debate. Both parties had some excellent suggestions, views, different dimensions of looking at this new experience for the country. This is not only just a physical place, but this is going to be an experience, different experience for different sectors of this country, from a plumber to probably big time CEOs to politicians to investors. This is going to be a new experience. So I think it was a considerably a good debate, good talking points, good views, good suggestions. But the same people who talked in a very different manner about the port city had very different opinions now in the Parliament about the port city and the legislations. But that is how politics work. But I think challenge starts now. Challenge was not to pass this in the Parliament, knowing the power imbalance or the power balance in the Parliament. I think the real challenge starts now. How a Rajapaksha government, SLPP-led government, is going to manage a future of the port city while holding on to other regulations and way of running the country in rest of the country. So that is going to be the biggest challenge. Now we know it is a piece of paper which allows many things to happen, but when you start seeing things happen, buildings comes up, hotels comes up, other investment comes up. So then there will be another whole level of debate in this country about the development model, about the environment, about tax, about financial regulation. So that is what going to be interesting more than actually what happened during the last 2 days.
Now, Lihini, the SJB has made 8 amendments. Lihini, is it 8 amendments?
It is
Right.
8 amendments.
Has proposed 8 amendments. What's your stance on that? And why do you think these amendments are important? And I would like to know from Milinda as to the bill in its existing form. Are you satisfied that this is the best workaround that we can give to corporate Sri Lanka? So let's start with Lihini.
So let me correct a little bit what Milinda said here. Yes, if SJB was in power, it would have passed the bill, but not in its present form. But the context of the bill would have been very different, because SJB as a party would not have gone to sacrificing the sovereignty of the country by any means. because they would have looked in safeguarding the central control that the country would have in terms of the port city. But if I'm to say some of the key amendments that were suggested, which I mentioned earlier, also the composition of this commission, where the foreigners being the president having the discretion of appointing anybody to the commission is very detrimental. We would have gone ahead and suggested that ex officio members like the central bank governor, the BOI chairman, the Central Environment Authority, one of the secretaries, then the Ministry of Finance, UDA, all be present, and that they will be part of the commission. And also this commission will not have this many amount of enormous powers in terms of lawmaking authority. They will also have the control of the central government. And one of the other things, one of the other suggestions that the SJB has proposed is that this particular commission, that it should be in line with Article 154 of the Constitution, where it should be made a public corporation and not functioning like per se as a company, but more control with the central government. Now, something which we know is that Parliament has the control of public finance, but in this particular port city bill, the control of the finance is particularly given to the commission, which is detrimental. And there is no auditor general that is accountable. There is no auditor general. It's not mandatory that the auditor general audits his account, but it can be even a foreign auditor. So what is the control that the central government has? Then also in terms of, if you talk to these offshore companies are exempted from the regulatory framework within the country. They're exempted from the Banking Act, from the Companies Act. So it paves way for money laundering activities, terrorist finance activities. Like it can even be turn out to be another Seychelles or a Panama Islands or a British Virgin Islands. So this is, it can be even a tax haven. So these are the dangers that this particular bill poses. Now, if you are talking that this is an economic center, there needs to be direct benefit that comes to the central government. But we see that the Schedule 2 of this bill goes into exempting the activities of the port city from the Inland Revenue Act, Exchange Control Act, the Customs Ordinance, and various things. So these are real grave situations that we must look at it from a more economic perspective. Yes, we understand the port city is good for the country. The port city will definitely be an economic center that will definitely turn the economy around. But it should have some control with the central government. It can't be a particularly independent autonomic place that operates in isolation without the control of the central government. The policy framework is what we are actually questioning. And one of the other key concerns is now, when this bill went to the Supreme Court, what the Supreme Court looked at is the constitutionality of the bill. But the Parliament per se has the responsibility to debate this from a more economic perspective, from a business perspective, from a policy perspective, how it is going to impact the country in the long run. So having taken this debate in a rush, being debated for a days of 2 days, without having consultative committees, and bringing it in such a rush in the middle of this pandemic is rather questionable. So one of my main concerns is this particular government having this patriotic agenda, selling the whole patriotic agenda with this MCC they're talking about the MCC back then, and coming and passing this port city bill with such contradicting clauses is rather questionable to me, and also to the citizens of this country, which I think maybe even the youth in this country is also considering why the rush and why go to the extent of sacrificing the sovereignty of the country.
We have an update. Let's quickly take a look at what's happening in Parliament. Hiruni, can you let us know what's happening?
Yeah, as to what's happening in the Parliament right now, the clause 63 in the port city bill is currently being debated on. Both the government and the opposition are suggesting amendments regarding this clause. So yeah, that's the update we have right now.
Great. Milinda, I believe you have some right of replies that you would that you could take here. Would you like to reply to Lihini and on a few of those points and comments she made?
Rather reply, I would say not only Lihini, I'm sure thousands or 100,000 of people must be having same concerns, same questions, and thinking that probably this is the worst thing happened to this country, or this is the worst thing going to happen to this country. But I would say Sri Lanka has came through very difficult times, very difficult situations. We have done very controversial things in this country. From 1970, we made such economical decisions. 1977, we made such economical decisions. And sometimes we haven't made the correct decision. And today we are in one of those junctions where we have to make the decision. So if you ask me whether this form is in best form, I would say actually no. You know why? We have to understand what is the objective of this port city. Why it was here? Why Sri Lanka was selected? Or why the investors thought Sri Lanka would be a better place to have this? Or why government of Sri Lanka at that time thought this is going to be good for the country? We all know very clearly this is a financial center. This is going to be a place good for business. This is going to be a place where investors who can't come to Sri Lanka with some of the rules and regulations has an opportunity to invest and start their business. This will be a place where some investors can't go to. Some geographical places in this region, but now they can come and do their investments here. I think even now with some of these amendments, this bill is making it less powerful. I think understanding the objective, this is not environmental related act which we are putting for the whole country. This is not another constitutional amendment which will affect the entire country. We are making this law applicable to this small piece of land where the objective is actually to make it easy for business to come and do business. So we should have made it more liberal, where people have no issue to come and do investments here. I don't think this idea of whatever the private sector come and put forward, the government has to put their complete intervention into that. Government has to start putting tax on them from the very first day. I think we don't have to go back to that mentality. Those kind of rules are already properly in place in Sri Lanka. So this separate island was made not to go back to same concern, same regulation. This was made to make it a liberal, open place. So if you ask me very personally, I think we would have given more liberty, more freedom into this bill and give more power to whatever the commission is appointed. This is a country where central bank governor can be from any given country. And if the central bank governor can be a Singapore passport holder or British passport holder, now you are questioning why that small financial center can't have a commission which has dual citizens or citizens of another country. So what we keep forgetting is the objective of putting this piece of land, and we are going back to same mentality of government coming and scrutinizing everything, putting barriers to everything, putting unheard, unknown concerns just for the political, to create the political ha-hu around that. I think I'm happy it was passed like it is passing like this at least. But yes, would have given more freedom and more flexibility into the bill.
Thank you, Milinda, and thank you, Lihini. In the interest of time, I have one final question, and let's keep it as short as possible because our next speakers are already lined up. My question is, just answer it in 1 minute. When you guys are in Parliament, would you like to do any improvements to the existing bill?
Yes, most certainly. SJB had said that when they come into power, they will amend certain factors in this bill to ensure that there is more control in the central government and there is not so much control granted to a particular a person called the commission, and ensure that this is not a tax haven where people will have undue advantage, but will reap the benefits to the country. So yes, they will definitely make certain changes in public.
Milinda, the comment is over to you.
Yeah, we will be we will be here until people give us the mandate to do so. So we are implementing people's mandate, which what we are doing now. So if Samagi Jana Balawegaya comes to power with a different mandate, they can do so. But I am very confident that knowing the ideology of the Samagi Jana Balawegaya and the party leaders of that party, they will give more freedom, more flexibility to this bill. Yes, they will do those kind of amendments, I'm very sure. And I think even our government going forward, time to time, reviewing the global opportunities and the global threats, we should review the bill and give more power, more flexibility, and more freedom.
Thank you, Milinda. Thank you, Lihini. It was an absolute pleasure having the both of you. And I'm thankful for the both of you to joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hiruni, what do you think is happening in Parliament?
I think they're still debating on the amendments. As to what I know, there's a lot of heat around the amendments. The opposition is proposing some, the government is proposing some. So let's have a quick change of scenario and go to the Parliament debates and see what's happening.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. I think Parliament is still discussing amendments. So we'll keep you lively updated on what these amendments are, and as to what impact it will have on the final bill. So stay with us. We have more live commentary happening. Hiruni, would you like to introduce the next speaker?
Yes, so I think it's a pleasure to have Mr. Thulci Aluwihare here with us today. He's the Assistant Managing Director at CHEC Port City, Colombo. He is, as you all may know, the man of the hour. He's the expert on the Port City, and I think we are looking forward to have his input from him. Mr. Aluwihare, to start things off, about the Port City, why do you think that this will be this particular project that will be capable of taking Sri Lanka out of the current middle income trap that we are kind of locked in right now?
I don't think Port City is a panacea for all ills we have. As I said, for our country to be in the position where we are, symptoms are quite evident for some time. And obviously, successive governments have failed to articulate a consistent, business-friendly policy environment, taking the advantage of the location, the talent. There are positives that we can tick the box. So I don't think this is that.
right? I think most definitely the Port City development will support what is required or kickstart, especially in a challenging environment like indirect investments globally declined by over 40%. So it will really kickstart. It will be an impetus really for FD. Definitely don't think that this is going to cure or take us out of a lot of troubles that we are in at the moment.
Thank you, sir. Let's get to the bottom of what's happening. So, what's your outlook on the bill, on the current status of the bill, and as the company that has built Port City and that's looking to develop Port City, give us your comments and your analysis on the bill that's being currently debated in Parliament.
Yes, so actually this bill, the piece of legislation, has been in the making since 2017, under the previous regime, in fact. It went through many rounds of drafts, whilst the Chinese actually reclaimed 2.7 square kilometer city and ready for investment. I'm glad that hopefully the bill will get enacted today with delays, right? So from a timing perspective, we completed reclamation in 2019. Jan. Ideally, we would have been in a position to go out there and market Port City. Better late than never. Obviously, it's a progressive piece of legislation, in my opinion. And I think it is because this piece of legislation has to act as a marketing tool for us to be able to talk to serious anchor tenants, talk to serious developers, investors, to relocate or expand their business to Sri Lanka. And I think the bill is quite progressive. I think we can really go and have those discussions with potential parties. Whereas before, when we were doing what we call some soft market testing, right? The response from the region globally to invest or set up their business in Sri Lanka was not so good. Right. So again, the missing piece was this, and I think we are in a very good position now to really go and talk to some of these big brands to look at Sri Lanka seriously.
So drawing on to those same sentiments that you brought out. Now, on the regulatory environment, I do believe that in our analysis, the bill before the Supreme Court determination was a far more deregulated was of a very deregulated environment. Are you happy with the reduced deregulatory framework? Do you think the Port City has enough autonomy and delegated power to bring about massive investments and accelerate the investment process? Are you happy with the existing framework?
Yeah, I think you're right. Autonomy is quite important for the Commission. But also, let me correct you, the regulation or less regulation by the Supreme Court determination is not really what was envisaged. What I'm trying to say is, it was envisaged that there'll be one regulator, apex regulator, which is the Commission. And doesn't necessarily mean that Commission being the regulator, that the regulations would be more relaxed than the regulator, let's assume, in rest of Sri Lanka. So that was not the determination. Determination actually what said was that you need the approval, the decision of the regulator, because in a democracy you cannot have two regulators. So hence the existing regulator's decision needs to be communicated to an applicant who wishes to do business within Port City, regulated business within Port City. So if you set aside the constitutionality of it, but purely from a commercial perspective, if you ask me, having Now, after the amendments, according to the law, Commission can enforce these regulations. However, when they are developing these regulations, they need to get the approval by the existing regulator. So this means that there will be almost 2 regulators, which means the Commission has to get the concurrence or the decision of the existing regulator. So that can, in my opinion, can cause issues when you operationalizing it, right? So if you ask me purely for commercial, from a commercial perspective, if you have just one apex body, that would have been ideal, but I understand we are in a democracy, and then if it is not in line with the constitution, we need to make those amendments. So the thinking here is we hope that the Commission will really still can play that single window investment facilitator role and deal expeditiously with the existing regulators and liaise with the potential investors, businesses who want to set up in Colombo Port City.
Mr. Thulci Aluwihare, if I have to just jump in and ask you another question. So with the amendments that were brought in by the Supreme Court determination, are you still confident that the port city will be able to attract the same level of investors had it not been amended to the extent that it has?
Yeah, I think from all the amendments that was proposed, my only concern was this, 2 regulators kind of that being operated within Port City. But as I said again, if the Commission can play a very efficient role in here and plug in between the regulator and the applicant or the business, I think we can still get over that issue. But overall, yes, I think the bill as is with the amendments are still good enough for us to really have some of those serious discussions with potential. See, what we really need to realize is that there are investors are not really queuing up to come and invest in Sri Lanka. Okay, there are alternate destinations, and when they look to expand or when they look for investment, look to invest outward investments, they will shortlist 2 or 3 other destinations, and they will do their own due diligence. So it is important that we try and compete with those other jurisdictions to try and attract the capital and talent that we require for Port City to be a more lively as Port City comes to life, really.
So on that regard, let's assume that I was Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan. Tell me, why would I want to invest in the Port City? What's special about it? And how are you going to make it the prominent destination in the whole of South Asia or probably the Asian region? And what's the game plan?
Yeah, so in South Asia, in fact, this is the only planned city development, and there is a real estate angle to it, right? Obviously, any waterfront cities fetch higher real estate values, plus the appeal is much more. So in that sense, that is really the hardware side of things, and with very liberalized, relaxed, business friendly environment that is created by this bill, I think we will definitely be in a very good position to attract some of those names that you just mentioned to come and make an investment. And also what we need to realize is this bill is only a framework, right? There is so much needs to be done from here to operationalize. Further regulations needs to be drafted. So once the bill is enacted, the government or His Excellency the President will appoint the commission. I think the first task from day one would be to really draft the required regulations. That is from application processes to specific offshore banking regulations, offshore insurance, company regulations, all those needs to be drafted. So there's a lot more work to be done.
So just one more question. Now, the Supreme Court determination made certain cutback on the area of taxation, and especially with regarding the Strategic Development Act. What's your opinion of how important do you think giving tax incentives and tax cutbacks are to attract investments? And are you going to and how will you incorporate it into your long-term strategy for the port city?
Yeah, see, fiscal incentives is not the only thing an investor will look for, right? But our doing business indicators are quite poor. So you need to compensate for those. So that's why historically, if you look at our FDI track record, right, giving tax incentives have a direct correlation to attracting investment. If you look at from 2016 onwards, the government suspended the SDP, and you can really see a significant drop in any new project FDIs as a result. So first, to answer your question, look, if our doing business indicators are attractive, then you don't really have to throw in so much of fiscal incentives. In our case, it is not so. So you need to compensate the investors with throwing in some sweeteners, like the tax incentives. First. Second is that with the Supreme Court decision, tax incentives are not curtailed. It remains what is in the bill is just that the procedure in which those incentives are granted have been amended, which is fine. That the broad regulations forming the criteria to be eligible to be placed before Parliament and get it approved, which is actually we are in favor of that, because as a foreign investor, before you really come down to the country, they would like to remotely really review some of these incentives depending on what their investment is, right? They should not have to come and meet somebody and should not be at a discretion. So that discretionary power has been taken away, and these should be brought to regulation. And I think we are definitely in favor of. And then one quick point I want to really emphasize here is that a lot of people are talking about this massive tax incentive, right? We are not, this is incremental business, right? Business which was never there. The land was never there, right? It was created using private investment, right? So that's one first point. Second point is that some have also raised concern about a 40-year tax holiday. Now, SDP, under the SDP, you can give tax concessions up to 25 years, right? None of the projects thus far in Sri Lanka who were eligible for SDP or enjoying those benefits got a 25-year tax holiday. Only a maximum of a 15-year tax, zero taxes, what was received by project. So none received 25. So the point I'm trying to make is, although the bill will say 40 years, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that you will get a 40-year tax holiday. But again, as I said, it also has to act as a marketing tool to attract some of these investors. So it's at the discretion of the commission, and I'm sure for somebody to enjoy a 40-year tax holiday, there'll be a lot of criteria. It has to be real. They have to demonstrate there's a lot of strategic value, economic, social, or otherwise, for the country to enjoy those benefits.
Yeah, so as we wind up this session, there's a quick update from the parliamentary debates. So the vote on the third reading is currently happening, and we will be able to know what the result is in another few moments. Over to you, Manga.
Thank you, Hiruni. We really look forward to what's happening in Parliament. And Mr. Thulci, it was an absolute pleasure having you. We have lots of questions, but unfortunately, in the interest of time, we have to move on. Thank you very much, sir, for your time. And we wish you all the super best to in your leadership at the Colombo Port City, and we hope it becomes a resounding success. Ladies and gentlemen, well, Hironi, shall we go back to the parliamentary session and see what's happening?
Yes, yes. With the third reading on the way, I think that's the best option right now. Let's see what's happening. All right, well, we're back. It looks like the voting is still in process. So we will have a bit more time before the final decision comes in. But it looks like we're down in the last few, hopefully the last half an hour, hopefully.
The time we've all been waiting for.
100%, 100%. So we've had some very interesting conversations so far. And now I think we have online Mr. Mevan Pieris, who will be able to join in and weigh in on this conversation as well.
So we very warmly welcome you. Tell us your insights as to what you think of the bill, especially as someone who was part of Corporate Sri Lanka, who's led an organization. So what do you think the impact of this will be, of this bill will be on the future of investment?
Thank you, and thank you for hosting this discussion, which I think is a very important one, especially on the sidelines of a discussion which is, in the parliamentary debate, you hear a lot of thoughts being shared, which sometimes are very relevant to the bill in questions, but also you have the broader context of politics being played, and some of them appeal to the more emotional side of the audience as well as the members of parliament. So I think we've had a line of speakers who've shared different opinions. The way that I'm looking at this, I mean, even though my personal interest may be behind the ideology of it, I think if you step back, because I have no expertise on that area, I think broadly, first thing to remember is that the port city will be fully operational only in a matter of about 20 years or so. So frankly, a lot of the policymakers, a lot of the decision makers who are currently kind of debating this and discussing this will probably not, be in the working force at the time that this is fully operational. And as a result, I think that the youth voice in all of these debates and discourse is heavily underrepresented. And I think that's one of the things that we should weigh in on. So in that course of that 20 years, and we've seen this, especially in the last 1 year alone, the world will be a very different place. It's already a very different place from the start of 2020. And I know this because being involved with different corporates who are struggling completely because all of their 5-year plans or the long-term business plans have had to be amended or completely rehashed in the context of this pandemic. Now, the pandemic may be temporary, but there are also some permanent changes that will kind of take into a place, especially revolving around the future of work, especially around how people communicate and interact with each other. So in a context like this, I mean, if you look at it, some of the bigger developments around Colombo city, we were talking so long from 2010 onwards about the skyline of Colombo being different, and that being the ray of hope coming through. But if you really look at some of the mixed development projects that are taking place,
Rohan, can we disturb you for a moment?
Sure.
If you can look at, if you can see the parliamentary sessions, we've been informed that the parliament session is over, that the bill has been passed by a majority. So that's the update on the parliamentary end. Anita, do you have any comments on this?
Well, I mean, what to say? We've been discussing this for a while, and I feel like people were expecting the bill to get passed at a certain point. The question was whether the amendments would go through, I guess. And now we can see that, the road is clear. It looks like Port City is going to finally happen.
Yes, definitely. I think it looks like Port City will have the legal framework to commence work. Yeah. And I think it's up to those good policy implementation of policies that will get us there. Mevan, can you quickly explain and contribute, add on to what you were saying? I'm sorry to have disturbed you, but also what's your take on this recent development?
Yeah, so I mean, just cutting straight to it, I think the physical spaces and physical brick and mortar is not necessarily going to be the end all of all development in a globalized, digitalized world, and that's been ever imminent, especially in the last year. I mean, I was just taking the example of building spaces that could accommodate conferences and global exhibitions of 4,000 packs, and sometimes that we were saying that we can have regional expos. I mean, today, look at what has happened in just 12 months. All of those discussions have completely transformed. Expos are happening online. The biggest tourism-related expos, such as the World Travel Market in London, such as ITB in Berlin, they're all happening digitally. And the participants, in fact, are realizing that they have better interaction and they have better kind of value creation through some of these digital interactions. So on one side, since 2010 to 15, and not just Sri Lanka, it's not a country problem, but the world was focusing on building some of these physical infrastructure in order to create the next wave and to be enablers. And now what we realized is that has been completely replaced overnight by some of these more advanced technologies. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, I fully recognize the importance of physical proximity. As you know, places like Silicon Valley have been completely, dense areas in which a disproportionate amount of innovation and billion-dollar companies have come out to. So there's definitely a secret sauce behind having people together in one place. Proximity plays a big role in innovation, in new age thinking. But also at the same time, I want to take take a pinch of salt that, in 20 years, this physical space that is being built will definitely not be the end all of this whole development, this new finance sector that we are imagining, because a lot of it will be also in the virtual space for which we have to gear ourselves up to.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Pieris. That was very insightful. I believe we're on a bit of a time crunch now, so we'll take a pause from this, and we have a few more people lined up to speak to before this day is done.
Yes, Anita. Thank you, Mevan. It was a pleasure speaking to you. In the interest of time, let's immediately go on to our next segment.
Yes.
Anita, would you kindly introduce our next panel of experts?
Course. So I believe our next panel of experts are on the call and they are ready and waiting for us. We have with us Dr. Paikiasothy Saravanamuttu, as well as I believe we also have Mr. Lakshman Siriwardana also on the call. Dr. Saravanamuttu needs an introduction. He is the founder, executive director of the Center for Policy Alternatives that has been working quite hard on the topic of the Port City Bill. And Mr. Siriwardana currently serves as the executive director of the Vimansa Initiative and is the former executive director at the Pathfinder Institute. Dr. Saravanamuttu, thank you so much for joining us today. In light of the decision, let's just jump right into it. What are your thoughts? The CPA did a lot of work on this. What is your opinion on the outcome?
Well, I mean, let me say right at the outset, thank you very much for inviting me to join this discussion. CPA, I mean, we are very much in support of the idea of the Port City development project, but of course we had serious reservations about the way in which this particular one was going to be set up. And we are happy that the Supreme Court has come up with a judgment or an order that says that, look, if you want to have certain things, you have to go with a 2/3 majority, and in some cases, a referendum too. So the court has moved to express, to demonstrate its independence and assertiveness without, at the same time, incurring the displeasure of the government. And sort of win-win dimension to the court decision. So if it is passed with all the amendments, I think that's a good thing at one level.
Is Mr. Siriwardana here? Siriwardana? So we very warmly welcome you as well onto our live commentary. To get straight on to the point, now we're talking about a bill that has been passed in Parliament. What's your analysis? What are your comments? Dr. Saravanamuttu has already made a few comments, so we would like to hear your analysis.
Yeah, I fully agree with what Dr. Saravanamuttu mentioned. I think this is what I would like to add is that our Sri Lanka being able to attract foreign investment to a project of this magnitude, taking into consideration our probably the geographical location. I think this is will be a very much of a landmark project in Sri Lanka, subject to successful implementation or realization of the secondary investment as well. Therefore, I think we should embrace upon this the decisions of the Supreme Court, which are to my knowledge, to some extent in line with the government also thinking, because they at the last stages they introduced some of these changes, amendments to the Port City Bill. I think Port City Bill going through it in the Parliament, according to what message I got, which has already been passed. Now it's in the committee stage. I think this excellent opportunity for Sri Lanka to have this kind of international investment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for those comments. I would like to just go a bit deeper and ask Dr. Saravanamuttu, sir, the watchword of the Sri Lankan civil society organizations have been, reduce executive power, reduce the powers bestowed upon the executive president. So does not the Supreme Court determination to the contrary, and has it not strengthened the president's power? And what do you think is the impact on Sri Lankan civil society and the future of this narrative?
Well, yes. I mean, as a consequence of the 20th Amendment, we don't have a proper constitutional council We only have some sort of parliamentary council which is obliged to give its observations, and those observations need not be acted upon. Sure. So within the current constitutional framework, which is reasserted and reaffirmed the primacy, not just primacy, the overarching predominance of the executive presidency, yes, he does have power. But one must say, though, that the bill does specify that whoever he appoints to the commission needs to have certain amount of expertise and specialized knowledge. And we now have the government saying that they will give to Sri Lankans a majority of the seats on that commission, and the chairperson too would be a Sri Lankan. But the current constitutional framework that we have after the 20th Amendment is indeed extremely disappointing in that respect. I mean, the whole point about a functioning liberal democracy is that the three branches of government, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, that no single one of them will be so powerful as to lay down the law to the others. But of course, this question was not the one before the court at this point. This question was something that had to be dealt with as far as the 20th Amendment was concerned. Yeah. So given the current constitutional framework, I think perhaps the court has done the best that it could, although there are arguments, and I have a certain sympathy for these arguments, that it could have struck out more boldly and talked about the importance of the separation of powers, and that needed to be upheld, that at the end of the day, that the reason why the court was looking at this was in terms of the constitutionality and the governance dimensions of this new dispensation, and that it could have done more in that respect.
Dr. Siriwardana, do you have any comments on what Dr. Saravanamuttu spoke to us? Would you like to add on this?
You know, what I would like to say, that 20th Amendment is already passed. That's where we have to live with. And also, I have completely different views about the executive presidency than Dr. Saravanamuttu. Taking into consideration the history of the executive presidency, and without having such situation after what happened during the good governance period, and therefore I don't want to go back. I mean, it's not anymore relevant in the current context because it's history. And also, therefore, what I think is what we have to look at is now the bill is, according to what I have received, has been passed and it's in the committee stage. Then after the establishment of this regulatory or administrative arrangement, that is the bill is all about, and how we are going to see jointly probably with the main investor, that's the China Harbour Engineering Corporation, how we are going to promote this and get the more and more secondary investors, and then proceed beyond that. I was talking about the legality, anything that was in the past. I don't know whether it will be relevant in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Siriwardana. Dr. Saravanamuttu is something that has been discussed, that was definitely discussed in Parliament today, and that was also raised in the kind of comment section of today's discussion, was the question of how much accountability will, even at the end of the day, now that the bill is passed, will there is sufficient accountability incorporated into the port city? Specific attention was drawn to the role of COPE and COPA as well. Would you be able to shed some light on this?
Well, I mean, that's a key question at the end of the day, because if what the court has said is that Parliament's oversight over public finance cannot be displaced and has to be upheld, then COPE and COPA and all of these committees and oversight bodies do have a very important role to play. Now, I think the thing is that the individuals who are on these bodies have to take that responsibility very seriously and ensure that they play their role as they are intended to in the interests of Parliament's control over public finance. So I think we have to wait and see as to whether this will be sustained, as it were, and demonstrated into the future. But absolutely, accountability is the key here in terms of the institutions that are to be set up. And if we are to have this as a key institution in terms of our economic development, we can't cloak it in a whole lot of opaqueness and all of that. It has to be properly transparent and a vibrant institution in order to inspire confidence, not just to foreign investors, but also to the people of this country.
Thank you, Dr. Saravanamuttu. Vimanga, how are we on time?
I think we're running short of time, but I think we can have one more simple question for the both of you. Now, I think the port city was supposed to be a workaround. So, do you think the bill in its current form has sufficiently met that standard of a workaround, especially if you look at it from a commercial aspect as well?
Do I go first?
Yeah, you go ahead, Anthony.
Well, I mean, I think whether the port city has met those standards is going to be seen when it's actually set up and when the investors come. I mean, in a sense, the argument is that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. But of course, what we are concerned about at this point is that this is the right pudding and it is being made with due respect for all the ingredients and the procedures that go into making it. And what the court has done is that it has put a certain stop, if you like, on the executive and the lack of transparency and all of that. And that is to be welcome. But as far as it meeting the required standards, there are the constitutional questions, but there are also the practical questions. And those practical questions, I think it's too early to tell.
And, when it comes to the port city, in my opinion, there are two different things that we are talking about. Now, for example, within the BOI, there are foreign investments. Similarly, the port city, there is a foreign investment project. It is a foreign investment project, and the port city bill was only with regard to the establishment of a regulatory and administrative framework. And therefore, when it comes to this transparency or anything, that you are talking about what the foreign investors' investment and how he's going to promote it and market it, and the secondary investors come, they are going to be investing in this, and as a result of that, there are going to be further developments. Is that what you are talking about, or the commission, or per se? When I think it was slightly mentioned, it depends on the individual. Central Bank of Sri Lanka, it had all the history, evolution, development, and finally, if that was a particular position is held by an individual or a team which is completely, unbelievably different, corrupt or something like that, you can't, then what's going to happen? Therefore, those kind of things are kind of hypothetical, and it depends on what kind of people are going to operate. But as a foreign investment project, I think this is something that we should be close to watch, promote, support. But the commission itself is something structured to be operated in facilitating the primary investor as well as secondary investor. As far as I can see, it is a great invention in the sense of just like the Greater Colombo Economic Commission, you try to carve out an area, trying to reduce the structural and other impediments, regulatory impediments. Therefore, I think this is something that we should all should welcome at this point. Individuals, how do they behave? Transparency, how does it happen? As I mentioned clearly, what happened in the central bank, those are certain other mechanisms will have to be used to monitor those.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siriwardana, and
Thank you
as well, Dr. Saravanamuttu. We really appreciate your insight and taking the time to join us in this conversation.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure speaking to the both of you.
Thank you very much, Advocata. I appreciate very much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
So now we'll have, before our next two experts join the call, we'll have a quick switch. We will have Ganeshan Fernando joining on our end. And then we will be bringing in two experts, Mr. Charindra Chandrasena and Indika Sakalasooriya.
Hello, welcome back to our live commentary, Vimanga. We have been speaking to a range of experts, starting from the investor community, from the legal experts. Also, we got the insights from the port city, from Mr. Thulci Aluwihare, which was very insightful and interesting. Ultimately, they are the developers and they have to market this plot of land and bring the necessary investments. Finally, we have Charindra Chandrasena and Indika Sakalasooriya, who are from the journalistic community, because ultimately they get, I think, the first pulse of the investor community, given the reporting structure and, of course, with the investment. And this topic has been there since, I think, 2012-13, how this port city development project came into the limelight, and so on and so forth. So, Vimanga, we have Charindra Chandrasena from the editor-in-chief for the morning newspaper, the Daily Morning, and also Indika Sakalasooriya, the business editor of Daily Mirror. Charindra and Indika, now the bill has been passed finally. So what it means is, of course, we all know the government can do the necessary legislation and then move forward from there. And of course, it will have the legal validity for the port city to market the land. From a journalistic point of view, since you have been also following this conversation for the last few years, what are your thoughts? Do you think that we will be able to attract the necessary investments with the legislation that was passed in the current condition? Because I felt that the government had the chance to go and get some of the amendments or leave it as the original way by going for the 2/3 majority, since the government had a good opportunity to get it passed in the original form that they presented. So what are your thoughts, Charindra and Indika? I will start with Charindra. Whether this bill in this current form, which was just passed at the parliament, whether will us be able to attract investments?
Thank you for having me, Dana and everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear, Charindra, very clear.
Right. So I just think that, first of all, if we take a step back and look at this entire project, I don't think anybody who has a sense of the value of investments would have a problem with the concept of the project, because this is generally a project that has gone through governments. So the sticking point, I think, was this latest bill, and if it helps, that the government decided to make the amendments and not go for a 2/3 majority and then expedite the process, I think that may be good in the interest of time, because as we know, there was a delay with the previous government where they had certain issues with it. Some may say legitimate, and some may say that it delayed the process, but there was a delay. So I think it's important that this project gets going, and then I think the government has a responsibility to make it transparent and to allay the fears that some of the opposition or the opponents to this have about money laundering, about a lack of transparency, about certain other ills. But I actually personally like the fact that there has been a bit of a push forward on this right after the Supreme Court decision.
Yeah, thank you, Charindra. I would like to ask the same question from Indika. Indika, what are your thoughts? Do you think in the current form, whether the port city is in a position to attract the similar scale of investments?
Yeah, I thank you for having me, Dana and Advocata. I hope you can hear me.
Indika, we can hear you, Indika.
Yeah. So now I don't see any point us now talking about how good or the bad the port city law, because it has already been passed in Parliament and it is law. So in this point, I think what we should try to do is, to make it as successful as possible, this project, and whether it will be a catalyst for the country's economy or a source of tax income leakage or hotbed for money laundering or paradise for both local and global robber barons, it is, only time will tell us. So I think, as Charindra said, what we need to do is, to focus on this, the media, everybody else, and to make this right. I think opposition will also have a bigger role to play in this.
Okay. Vinod?
Thank you, Dhananath. I think it's been, if you look at what the discussion, that we've had all throughout the day, it's been very interesting, especially with the parliamentary debates. I would love to know the reading of these two gentlemen on what they think of the whole parliamentary process, the discussion in the political space. I'm sure you guys will incorporate this into your headlines tomorrow morning. But for Advocata's sake, tell us, what do you think of the political space, the political discussions that took place in going up to this bill, and what's going to be the impact on the future political trajectory of the country?
I personally think, Manga, that this needs, because see, this is a project. This is possibly, this is the longest project, the longest in terms of duration project that has been undertaken in the country. So in that sense, it is important that we actually get some bipartisanship going for this. So it was encouraging to see the main opposition party saying that they don't have a problem with the concept, and that the concept was brought about by their previous leader, the UNP leader Ranil Wickremesinghe, and conceptualized by him, and then the Mahinda Rajapaksa government took it forward. So I think that is encouraging. Of course, there is going to be politics being played, right? You can't agree with everything the government does, then you're not playing the role of an opposition, so you have to do a bit of give them a bit of a hard time. But what I would like to say is the government also having a consensual process here. They build some consensus on certain fundamental aspects of this, because we don't know what will happen in the next election. There could be a different government, and then after that, are we going to see a repeat of what happened in 2016, right? Where there was a stoppage of a year, and that cost us valuable time. So I would like to see some bipartisanship and some consensus being built. But I also don't think that the government can sell this project as the panacea for all of Sri Lanka's economic woes. This is just one. This is a main part of it, but it won't solve the issues we have with bureaucracy, corruption within the island. So for Sri Lanka to develop, all of that has to be sorted. But this will be a push in the right direction. So overall, I think both the government and the opposition should agree on certain fundamental things about this, because I mean, to ensure that the investors who come in are not left in limbo once the government changes, whether it's the next election or the election after that.
Thank you, Charindra. I would like to ask Indika, because you mentioned a valid point, the bill is now already passed, so there is nothing, no turning back. Unless, as Charindra said, like the government changes and they say they bring up something else and they go back and they want, okay, they say they want to do another evaluation or something like that, and they completely reverse. So Indika, from the media's point of view, from the opposition's point of view, from the peoples of Sri Lanka, what do you think actually we should do next? Because actually Mr. Aluwihare brought this up as well, because he said we are already late on the project. The more we take time, we will not be able to sell these plots of land, that will delay the investments. So to expedite the process, in your opinion, what we should do next, Indika?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think today's parliament session, I only watched it today. I couldn't watch it yesterday, but parliament session was like, it was very tragic to see some parliamentarians not discussing the subject, but things which are not really important, going slinging mud at each other. So it's very unfortunate. I think very typical of our Sri Lankan parliament. Anyways, I think, now, as I said, it's already low. This Port City Commission bill is already low. So what the government, as Charindra very correctly said, what the government should try and do is to get some bipartisanship, get the opposition's ideas and, try to make this work as possible, because, we need to get it right, because this could probably our last chance. This could probably our last chance to, take Sri Lanka to the next level, because now we've been sort of in this income bracket for some time and we've been stagnating. So we need to move forward. For that to happen, we need something like this. There's no doubt about it. And I was glad to see that the opposition was also saying that, okay, fundamentally they are okay with the project, but certain clauses they were not agreeing. That's fine. So we can work it out, I guess. So the most important thing at this moment is to to market the project as soon as possible, do some road shows. I think the Colombo Port City is already, the project company is already on it to a certain extent. And also to make people feel that this is their project, not a Chinese project. That is very important, because Sri Lankan people need to have the ownership of the project. It's not just, okay, Chinese are doing it and we have nothing to do with it. So that I think the government will also have to play a very subtle communication game as well, to make this the Sri Lankan people's project.
Thank you, Indika. Thank you very much. Charindra, I would also like to get your thoughts on the same question. You also mentioned hopefully there will be no turning back. There's a new government coming in and again they revise all this. So what do you think from your perspective, what we should do next?
That's a very important point that Indika raised, Dana, because see, communication is key. And we saw that's where the previous government faltered. They had no communication. They couldn't build a narrative around certain big projects, make people feel that this is ours and this is how we benefit, right? And therefore the opposition was able to, say certain things about certain projects and, create a very, very bad impression about those projects, completely ignoring any benefits. So this government, this government and the people leading the government have traditionally been very good at marketing. So I have a lot of confidence that they will market this better. They will build a narrative around this. like Indika said, it's very important that it becomes a Sri Lankan project and not a Chinese project, because no matter what the government says, the fact of the matter is there is a reason for China investing here, right? China is essentially circling India, right? They're surrounding India. So they have a lot of interest in Pakistan. They've gone into Bangladesh. That's in the east. Pakistan, the west, and then you have Sri Lanka in the south. So basically, this is a strategy of actually circling India and surrounding India and showing them and flexing a bit, flexing their muscles a bit, saying that this may have been your region, but now it's ours, right? That's why India has a lot of doubts about this project, a lot of suspicion. So we shouldn't just say that, China is coming because it's our friend. It's coming for investment, but also geopolitically, geographically, this is very, very important. So that's, I think, another reason that they've been pushing for it so much. But all that said, right, this is a very, very beneficial project for Sri Lanka if it's done right. So I really hope that they take the bull by the horns and actually go forth with this project, and also, like I said, build some consensus, because it's important in the long run.
Before we wrap up, my final question to Indika. Indika, does economic diplomacy has also been discussed throughout, throughout this project, and also we are at a very unique period of time because we all are in a global pandemic, in the middle of a global pandemic. So the vaccine diplomacy and all things have also come into play, unlike when the project was at the development stage in 2012, 2016, 2017. Now the context have changed. So how do you think that we should capitalize as a country? How we should capitalize? Because if you look at our strengths and weaknesses, we are not in a very good position to negotiate from our end. Our COVID numbers are increasing. Our debt situation is somewhat not very clear. Rating agencies have cut down our rating. Of course, there's a debate between that. But however, when it comes to the negotiation table on the diplomacy side, which Charindra brought out, there's India, there's Quad, there's China, and at the same time we have to get the vaccines as well, which China has donated about, I think, 500,000 vaccines according to their Twitter message. So how do you see we should manage all these aspects? You shed light on the communications aspect, you shed light on what needs to be done next, but how do we manage these all stakeholders as a island in the Indian Ocean?
Yeah, before that, I would like to add something on what Charindra said. Now, for Sri Lanka, I feel that for Sri Lanka to really, because this is a long project, like 25 years or 30 years project. So for Sri Lanka to really benefit from it, I think we need to big time reform our education sector. That is because, okay, where is the money coming from to the mainland, to the Sri Lankans, right? Okay, the government can earn money from, leasing the land and probably to tax income. But the long-term money will be coming from people who are being employed at, Sri Lankans who are being employed at Port City. To have that skill set, let's say multinationals, Microsoft or whoever, right, who comes and set up business there, need to hire skilled people. So currently, I really doubt whether they will have the requirement, right? I really doubt it, because our education system, I think we have discussed this, for a longer period of time, right? So whether we have that human capital in the country. So I think it is very important for the government to, understand that, and to really benefit from the port city, we need to reform our education sector big time. Okay, and from on what you asked, and I think it's very difficult to maintain an unaligned position at this moment. I feel that, right? It's very difficult. So I think you have to take sides. You have to take sides. But then again, it is a matter of how you are handling things, I guess. So there's no doubt that we currently our position it's more pro China, right? So That is, whether we like it or not, that is the reality. So we should try to manage our position as much as possible, the non-aligned position, and but then again, it's a very subtle line. I think it's a very, 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 very subtle line we have to take. So for that, I think we need leaders, very with good caliber to handle that. So I don't really see, how we are going to go about it, because I think at the moment we really lacks that kind of leadership. I wish there were Mr. Kadirgamar was alive.
Thank you, Indika. Thank you very much for those sentiments. Charindra, before we wrap up, I would also like to ask the same question. How should we manage these multiple stakeholders, given their different interests?
The toughest question, but I differ with Indika a little bit on this, because I don't think it's inevitable that we are going to take a side, and I don't think it's a certain. I mean, I don't think it's essential that we have to tilt one way, because the way the world's powers are aligned at the moment, there's China and Russia on one side, India, US on one side. India is at the moment, they've been pummeled by the virus. The economy is going to take a heavy toll. I mean, it's going to take a heavy toll on the economy. They're going to take a while to recover. China, although that was the birthplace of the virus, China was the first to recover, and China has been going at full steam since then. So at the moment, it looks really good, right, for us to align ourselves with China. But we don't know what's to come for India, right? If you looked at India in the 80s, right, you wouldn't have maybe predicted what was to come in the 90s and 2000s in terms of their rapid development. So India should not be counted out at the moment. So and also remember, China is far away, right? I mean, distance-wise, geographically, they're far away. India is right next to. India can make life very, very difficult for us if we completely shun them. So I think it's very important that we balance this. So the sad thing is that, for a country with the wealth that we have, we will have to give certain concessions, give certain interests of ours, or certain benefits to these companies to make sure that they stay friends with us. And that's very important, especially with India, because they really can make life difficult for us. The southern part of India especially can really make life difficult for us, and our economy really can't sustain that kind of blow at the moment. So I think we need to balance it. Maybe this port project, and then there are some other projects that we can give to the Indian investors, because I don't really see how else we can balance this in the long run. I think India will want certain benefits and certain projects.
Thank you, Charindra. Thank you, Indika. I know it's a busy evening because you have to take care of tomorrow's newspaper editions as well. So thank you very much for joining us and for your commentary on the Port City Bill, Port City Commission Bill, which was just passed, or just was passed a few hours ago at the Parliament. Thank you very much, and we'll be in touch again on a similar commentary on a interesting public policy issue with Advocata. Basically, we are more aligned with the economic side of public policy. So we'll hopefully be joining back with you on a similar discussion. Thank you, Charindra, and thank you, Indika.